Yeah, he didn't realize I left that bag of bottles for him. Yeah. I'm gonna like pull up some of the other ones and because there was one more short. This one got me in trouble. I got a copyright strike for this one. I am sorry, but don't forget your first love. The longer version, I got a copyright strike on for the music. Don't forget, even though it's supposed to be with the app, you pay for all these perks with it. Got drunk for the first time. I thought I was cool. I thought I looked smooth in your eyes and tried to make up. It was our time, the time of our lives. You were on my mind, my ride or die. It was our time, the time of our lives. You were on my mind, my ride or die. Yeah. You were on my mind. Sorry, it's just I got a nice text message. Sometimes you get one and you're like, woohoo! Oh god, I got so much work to do. No, okay, yeah, that one was short. I'm gonna pull up my blog soon. I have all. If you are not familiar with me, my name is Cryptameria. I do a lot of artwork. And I do a blog with I try and pull up as many like little news clips or comedy clips or music clips as I can. And also I'm really, really getting so excited about art of AI art. Like to be able to do some of the stuff I'm doing. Like all these little clips. They would have taken me each one just for that little like 30 seconds would have taken me probably 6 months in university, not 6 hours. It's just insane, and my little head is exploding on the potential. I was so excited, and I think today too, it's just rearranging, you know, because I have this nice little ottoman, if you can call it an ottoman. I think ottomans were supposed to be round, so I don't want to call it. I'll call it a bench, but it has storage. So I'm thinking all of that artwork I have on my couch. Yeah, that's a lot. Will go nicely into the bench. I think it's the perfect size. And what I'm going to do, I think I have enough plastic, is to kind of just give all my old pieces a coat of plastic on top of them, because a sad thing they don't tell you in university is pigments only last so long. So yeah, with this plastic, this will last like however long plastic disintegrates. If you don't actually have something like that on your artwork, you are losing anything red. Any of your red ink is going to disappear in 70 years. I know that seems like a weird scientific fact I wasn't going to get into, but that is some of the challenges you go when you try and do art, or try and just like, hey, I don't really do art. I made this amazing piece, or I do art all the time. Like, oh my God, I'm going to be erased after I'm dead. Sometimes I wonder. It'll all be good. It'll all work out. And speaking of working it, exactly. Yes. See? Oh yeah. Like we compete against nature for what we create. And I think there's today's blog. I have some interesting clips. Some are fun, some are not. You know, it's kind of like a cringe mix of everything when you look at my stream. And I was watching a movie called Peyton Place from 1957. That's sort of why I dressed up today. Hello, good to see you. Yeah, that's why I dressed up today because I was like, and part two is on. I'm still watching it. I'm probably going to get a strike for it because it's on in the background, but I don't care. I'm going to get it anyways. I already know. Oh. I'm like the queen of copyright strikes. Like, just bring it. Just bring it. Yeah, just send another one. It's going to happen. I know. I'm bad. I'm bad. But you can go onto my blog and see the larger clips. So hopefully I'm going to get strikes today. I already know just going into this, and might as well just go into this. And a friend's coming by later. I'm happy to see him. So that's going to be good. It's just okay, no, that is not the one I wanted to have. Oh God, everything's fucking up today. I am sorry. It literally took me so long just to upload that little animation. Like 19 seconds. 4 hours of processing. 4 hours. Like, if I seem grumpy, there is a good reason. That's why I've been watching all these old movies. I'm like, holy shit, this thing's almost done before I'm even done. I think we're going backwards in progress. Oh God, and it's moving so slow. Everything is just today it's just moving like molasses. I don't know. I am not happy. I am happy. I mean, of course I'm always happy, but it's just like, damn it, like, 4 hours. I'm like literally sitting there with my phone and I'm like, don't touch it. Don't look at it. Just let it do. Like, it's almost fucking like dial up. That's what it feels like. Doing this AI art the way I'm doing, and I know there are other programs like GIMP. I will learn. Geo is a master. I'm looking at his videos. If you haven't seen his channel, check out Geo Sam. He is master animator. I'm kind of doing something different, which is painful and stupid. And I'm sure he just is like, you can just do this. And I'm like, no, I can't. Because I'm trying to go old school with some of this.
I'm going to make this short and sweet. This right here is why I always say just let children express themselves and be themselves without pushing a political ideology onto them. This young girl used to be a tomboy. She wanted to wear boy clothes.
Same with me.
She wanted short hair.
And I still like dressing
in a very masculine way. And guess what?
But I like being a woman.
Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie
allowed her
to just be herself.
I like being a woman.
without pressure from a certain political side. And guess what? Years later, she is now a beautiful.
Trust me, ladies, you will love these later. They get in the way, but they're lovely. Yeah. So we're going to set that one off. Should bring this up a bit more. Sorry, giving adjustments. There we go. And oh, it's scrolling. Yes, it's scrolling. It wasn't scrolling before. I was actually like, oh God, this is going to be awful. This is going to be so awful. Yeah. It's funny how we always think things are so permanent. Oh God. Yeah, I totally agree with this. Thank you, CTV News, for actually having a real report.
What do you think of this move, and what would you do with the residents if you become prime minister?
Well, I think that this will be of my list of priorities. This will probably be the last. We don't need a new home for the prime minister. We need a new home for working class Canadians. Yes. Prime Minister has had one mansion where his food is cooked, another mansion where he lives, a third mansion on a lake, and that wasn't enough for him, so he built a second lakefront mansion with our money at Harrington Lake. He's been so focused on building mansions for himself that he's forgotten to get homes built for hardworking Canadians. My focus is on housing Canadians, not housing the Prime Minister.
Yeah, some of these are just little short ones. You know, I like the little short ones and the big ones. I like to mix it up. Yeah, I'm just going to scroll over that. If you want to read my blog, you can read it. She is, and it's not actually marks on their hands. It's what she is talking about is how they present themselves on camera. I've gone through her documentaries and her interviews so many times, and it's actually like profiling people on how they behave on camera, which is really interesting because a lot of people who are not self-aware will give tells like poker, and people who are self-aware will actually give even more tells, which someone like her who is a doctor in I would say profiling. That's the easiest term for it. Like going through the research data that she has done, it is brilliant. It is, and I think also, just to put it on a simple level, trust your gut. If something feels off, it feels off. And, seeing her research over the years, like I've been following her since I knew about her, which was quite a while ago, not to date myself because I'm old as fuck. But yeah, this kind of people will give tells with their physical performance. And even today, I'm sitting here, I'm going to move a certain way. People who are preying on kids who maybe don't realize they are being watched. Hello, good to see you. They will move in a different way. They will behave in a different way. It's really disturbing. That's why I don't want to pull up the full clip. It is, And that's actually why I was it's a wig. It's not real. No, it's Sunday. It's church day. Like, don't ask about it. Yeah, she is brilliant. This is a brilliant, and it's not even looking at the marks on people's hands. It's how people behave online. Oh God, this is insane. I cannot believe this one. I honestly would be so livid.
Did an Amazon driver take a homeowner's cat?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
A few minutes later, he's on the phone as the cat wanders nearby. Surveillance captures the Amazon driver picking up the cat and driving off.
Do not steal someone's cat.
What was your reaction when you saw this on your Ring camera?
I was very angry. I started yelling and cussing, and I yelled for my mom.
Like, what the fuck? Don't steal someone's
Didn't
cat.
realize her indoor-outdoor Siamese cat named Pyro was gone. Once she checked her cameras, she contacted Amazon for answers. I'm currently collaborating with the local delivery station to ensure this is fully investigated and the appropriate actions taken. If you would be interested in the $200 Amazon gift card for flyers to help find Pyro, you can reply to this email to let us know. Amazon told Inside Edition Digital the delivery driver shared that they took the cat believing it was their friend's missing cat. As soon as they realized it wasn't, the cat was returned nearby. A week later, Pyro suddenly returned.
I heard a really loud meow, and out of the corner of my eye, I see this white shadow walk up, and I was like, oh my God, Pyro. I went off camera, and there was headlights at the end of our street. I'm happy he's home, but he's not the same. You could see every single vertebrae in his back. Sides were sunken. You could see his ribs. You could see his hip bones. He was limping. His pupils were so big you couldn't even see the color of his eyes. The light in the house was actually hurting his eyes, so he kept squinting. They know what the driver did. They have video of it. They told me that, and they need to pay the vet bill because my cat would not be like this if it was not for the driver.
We're thankful Pyro has made it back home. We've apologized to the customer for this unfortunate misunderstanding and are working directly with them to help with any additional support needed.
Okay. That is absolutely pathetic for Amazon. Like, this guy obviously fucked up. Bad. You don't take someone's pet. You don't touch, especially for your driver. And meanwhile, they were like, yeah, this was my pet. Oh, yeah, we're really sorry. Oh, we can give you, like, money for flyers. It's like the guy's on camera, stealing your pet. That's wrong. Like, what is happening? What is happening to this world? Oh, this one's cool. This one, I love this channel. He does just amazing artwork. I'm not even acknowledging that cool. I really don't give a shit. Yeah. I love that artist, and that is like what I sort of actually kind of want to get into, because I used to do it, and when I'm going through, I don't know if I'll pull them up today or I'll pull them up later, but I have a lot of like bus drawings or just life drawings, that I can develop into later things. And I think I even just spend a day, go on the bus tour around and do little drawings of people. Like I used to be able to do stuff like that, and I still do sometimes. Like I've done that for I did that once, a homeless camp, and I was sitting at a picnic table and I just did a little drawing, and then I went up to them, and you know what? It was actually, when you have something like, it's scary. You have to be damn careful if you are going to go into places like that, just to put it bluntly. And no, okay, yeah, I know. Okay, the thing is with this story is the guy thought it was his friend's cat. And so he sees this like white cat on the side of the road. It's like, oh my God, that's my buddy's cat. And meanwhile, it's like these people are like, you stole my cat. And I just think, like, you know, I think there's a whole lot of wrong. And, you know, you want to take care of your friends and you worry about all the fur babies, but really, please do not go into other people's yards and steal their pets. That's just, or even like, if you see an animal injured on the side of the road, you know, I can understand being concerned. But if you just see one as a delivery driver on, you know, when you're delivering a package, you probably shouldn't take it into your van and steal it. I'm just saying. I don't know. What do I know? I just think that was a bad idea on that guy's you know, and it probably cost him his job. Like, you know, that's a sad reality about it. You know, it actually, you know, because, and he was just concerned about his friend, which is totally understandable, but you just don't do that. Yeah, this one's short.
Today I'm going to show you how to use Skittles pronouns in a phone conversation.
Oh my God. No, here we go. Yeah, if I was talking on the phone to someone who identified as Skittles, you know how I'd do it? Yeah, hey, Skittles? Yeah, go yourself.
Yeah, pretty much.
How about I just call you by your actual name, not a bag of candy?
I love Skittles, but I'm never going to taste your rainbow.
You know what the real problem is? It's not the people who identify as Skittles.
No, actually, it is. You are the problem, actually.
You can talk to anybody on Earth with your cell phone, and you choose the most unstable motherfucker imaginable?
Yeah. Hey, Skittles. Hi, how's it going? Oh, we're dropping a brand new music video 9 a.m. on Friday. So until then, why don't you get a grip on reality and get yourself?
Brand new music video dropping this Friday at 9 a.m.
Has nothing to do with Skittles.
Oh God, and I actually, I have some more on that chick. I will call her a chick, even though she prefers to be called non-binary. It's like, I'm sorry, like, how about a bitch? Can I just call you a bitch? Is that non-gender specific? Because this, like, yeah, you wish you could make this shit up. Like, people are really this dumb nowadays. And yeah, they're just all about, I want to be an influencer. I want to be special. It's like, go fuck yourself. He is awesome. Here is,
read some of these chats, but
I'm gonna, this one's long.
All I did was
this one's long, but I want to pull it up.
on my 10.
He is so brilliant as a comedian and a musician.
All right, everybody.
He has won Juno Awards, and then he got
It's your
ostracized because he was
favorite
like,
leader.
I don't think some of these government...
Justin Trudeau. John Julian, actually.
And he's almost
But I can
become...
do some Justin for you.
And it's... I'm just
And
going to
play a
pause
little
this for a second.
Mr. Dress Up.
Yes.
So
I just want to pause this for a minute because catching someone of his caliber, you know, very candid, very open, very real, very genuine, just as a Canadian artist who is just trying to speak out about their rights. This one is a long one. I'm going to let it play for a bit. It's such a brilliant interview or night panel. It's not an interview. He has done. Oh, well, lovely. Thank you. Well, we're going to give our full attention to John because some of the points he raises with the challenges it takes to just do basic artwork in Canada. You know, like you're either sucking up for grants and then you're selling your soul and you're probably saying things you don't want to say, or you are paying out of your pocket or paying out a reputation like John is. He won so many Juno Awards, which are the Canadian equivalent to Grammys, and yet he got ostracized because of his comedy. And now he's like finally getting the recognition. Like, we need satire, we need comedy, we need to laugh at ourselves as Canadians. And he raises some very, very, very important points during this. Like, it is a privilege that he even took the time to do this because it takes a lot. And I found this so endearing just because it's a lot for me to do these live streams, and everyone just thinks I'm insane, which is okay. I might be. But for him to take the time out as a performer and someone who has been thrust into the media spotlight, this is incredible. And I think if you are young artists or older artists, you know, these are good notes. Like, here is what it's like on, you know, I want to say the front line of the war of art. So he is brilliant, John Julian, and I hope he wins more awards. This is so cute. He is so
let's
good.
wait a while for some people to get on board. Okay, Jason, can you see me okay?
Like, just even him, like, talking to his panel like I am doing now, it's just like, you are a real person. This is so cute because I don't see that a lot.
Okay, looks like it's working. Okay, thank you very much for joining today, and I'll take some requests and things. Does anybody have any questions to start out? Okay. Well, I'll just start with some random stuff here. So, it's another sunny, fine day in Vancouver. Looks like the pilots took the day off. Well, nobody's perfect. Perhaps I'll employ them to start again Monday. We can't just sit around and expect the skies to be filled with chemtrails. We can't just go, no, they're lazy. The pilots are lazy. That's not who Canadians are. We are organized, and confident chemtrail pilots can pull themselves out of challenging situations. They can be better, and we can do this. Now, make sure to get your fall booster, because when I got vaccinated, it was an amazing feeling. Hang on. And just getting that, it just hits you. Good morning, day tripper. Good, thanks for the laughter. Keep fighting for freedom, hold the line. Deborah, my shoot, Tanya Gross. Hello there. Anna Fernandez, I've seen a lot of your names before. Thank you for coming back again. Booster. Oh, I think a certain friend that you all know is going to be calling in a little while. I think you've all heard of her. Okay. So yeah, it's Sunday morning. What date is it? The 10th. And everybody's getting back to school, getting ready for the masks. And it's funny, this time it seems people are a little divided, like nobody knows for sure. Some people think, oh yeah, it's definitely coming back. They're going to try to shut us down. For sure, though, there'd be a way larger group that's not going to go along with it, you know. So I guess we'll see what happens. But there's talk that even in a week or two from now, they're going to try. Well, they're already starting some mask mandates in some places. So I recently saw something. Oh, you've probably all seen this video, but some doctor showed the size of moisture droplets, and that the smallest possible size of a moisture droplet was whatever, 60 microns or something. And then the virus is much smaller than that, like 1 or 0.5, I don't know, I forget. And so he was demonstrating that vapor for sure is coming out of the mask and fogging up the glasses. And he proved it in various ways too, because I realized there's other ways that fog could come out, and every mask is a bit different. But we've all seen the cigarette smoke come out of masks, and those particles are pretty big, right? So yeah, peaceful non-compliance, unless you want to keep that $500,000 job, then I understand. No, just kidding. I met some doctors recently in person who told me, and they just had normal careers. They weren't troublemakers or anything. And they told me that they had a patient a couple years ago that had a vaccine injury. And so they spoke up again about it, or they tried to do the right thing. And their supervisor said, no, don't do that. So, you know, when you hear directly from people, right, it's always that much more believable, right? It's not just these TV personalities. My plane is broke down in India. Help me, please. Wonder why. Sorry, I've missed some of your chats probably because I'm here by myself. I can't read them all. There's so many now. Yeah, I'm going to read one of them. Thomas Gordon. Step up, and we have your backs from coast to coast to coast. That's exactly what he says. These are sunny days, my friend. It's a great day to go fishing in Tofino. I like Tofino much better than Epstein Island because there's lots of young girls around. Oh boy. My plane is, I like that. Yeah, I don't talk about my plane enough, do I? I never talk about my plane in the skits. There's got to be a way. In fact, my wonderful friend, I forget his name right now because we used to talk all the time. Steven, I think. He sent me these pictures of videos of his model airplanes. And they're really good, and I think I need to incorporate that because I have a, you know, pretty basic budget for for the skits. So, hey, John Shresna, thanks. Just caught the COVID over
it's
YouTube
so
because you're not
sweet
masked.
seeing him just candid and talking about
you.
and being
I
real.
think it's Laurie B.
Because usually you see him in.
Refused to wear the masks. I'm doing that again. Truda sleeps beside him here.
I don't think we should come
beside him
back
and above him.
I know this is going to
and
get me
underneath
a
the bed
lot
too,
of trouble,
just
but
to scare away the
we
vampires.
cannot. If we comply again,
Dr.
we lose
Brian
democracy, and we cannot.
Yes, Bridal. Yes, I've seen him
will.
speak. He's great.
We almost
Went back
lost
to
it
Alberta
the
for
first
work, so I
time.
don't have to
And
deal with COVID
if
lies.
they do
Alberta,
it again,
you know, I'm liking Alberta.
Hi, Big
Yes, I'm
Dice.
from there.
Good to see you.
And maybe one day I'll
I'm
end
from
up
Alberta. Yay.
there. Razor Eye View.
Love
my
Alberta,
town.
except for the winters. They suck.
Oh,
Alberta winters suck.
Mirror
I
on the
as
wall.
much as
Yes,
I love
Mirror,
like
that was a great Star Trek
cross-country
episode for some of
skiing
you
and
that may
skating.
remember the original
I
series.
don't know if I could do it
Dr.
again.
Chilliwack just fired for injury talk. Yes, too bad about that, right? BC is still pretty bad, according to my friends in the health field. You know, they're still saying that they can't go back to work, or they can, but then there's limitations. And we always give a choice. I never forced anyone to get vaccinated. We simply don't accept misinformation or disinformation. You knew that you had a choice. If you wanted to get on a plane or a train, and I can't think of another vehicle that rhymes with train or plane, but I hope someone in the chat can help me out, because all you had to do was get that shot, and then you could travel across the Rocky Mountains and take a 2-week trip across Canada like most people do normally when they travel across Canada. That's why I had to include the train. Who cares about buses and sky trains and subways? The train is where everyone travels on. But I like how if they do start masks, they're going to probably start it in the airports, right? Because it makes perfect sense, because everybody's like, damn it, if I'm not going to get to my destination. I paid $500 for my ticket, and I'll do anything to get there. I'm not going to just go home and lose my money. And they kind of got you, right? But then that's sort of like everything. I mean, I suppose you can buy your groceries from some farmers and some fruit stands and stuff. But yeah, again, they were kind of clever in how they did it. The only thing they were a bit dumb with is the restaurants, because you don't have to go to restaurants to survive. But they knew they could get the youth, right? Because the young ones needed to socialize.
Yeah.
And they were not going to give up on that one. I watch you, Justin. I'm Justin Trudeau. Yeah. Okay, maybe I can sing that for you.
Really?
I might even have the backup music with me. Scully.
That's hilariously.
It sounds like the beginning of a Seuss poem, Dr. Seuss. We didn't wear them where I worked. We didn't have them like a jerk. So someone can finish that. My mom wouldn't hug me because I didn't get vaccinated. Vaccinated. Yeah, my certain people, I'm not going to mention their names, but whenever we talk or chat online, we use the word vacuum to say, "Oh, is that person vacuumed?"
Did you get vacuumed today?
And then we have these code words like,
did you get extra booster vacuumed?
And if anyone else was to read it, they wouldn't even get it. What we're talking about.
Well, you kind of have to do that. You have to do that in Canada now. It's getting so
it's probably too late for me now.
sketchy that
interesting.
You got to use
come back and read some of these chats, but yesterday was the weirdest thing. All I did was try to post I copied and pasted a letter that someone had written on my behalf to support me, just to say, they wrote it to a music festival, just saying, hey, you should not be doing this to John. And it was respectful, it was just a nice tone and everything. And I just copied and pasted, and Facebook, 3 times, Facebook said, we can't share this because it's Canadian content or something. I don't know what it was. So I tried to remove the links
C18
to other sites on it. Still didn't post. And I think maybe I removed the author's name or something. I tried a couple more things, and finally I think
this is why I'm doing this.
Yeah, that's weird when it happens in your own backyard, right? Because of course we hear about friends, but Z-Balls, oh yeah, this guy is, you guys should check him out on... We can't. I think he's everywhere.
This is...
Instagram, YouTube, amazing.
Our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
A bunch of other things too, like just
is
cool things. I don't even know what to call them, but
in your
a wizard and a magician.
For freedom of speech and expression and bodily autonomy. And we have lost that with Justin Trudeau. And, you know,
Message retracted.
I wish more
Yes, Razor
Canadians
Ivy,
would wake up.
you should retract
All
it.
I can say.
You shouldn't be saying mean things in this inclusive, safe space. Everybody can be safe here as long as they agree with me. I was going to say something before. Oh yeah, science is in. We need to trust the science. Someone once told me if I'm going to do Trudeau to try to be a little more cold-hearted, and it's tough. I'm going to try. Like, you almost have to really. Yeah, I'm going to try to get into that character now. Let's see how I do.
You don't want to go there. Don't be that meta.
Science is settled. We know that you can be asymptomatic and spread the disease to terrible other people who will then spread that asymptomatic disease to other ones. Now, we can't see the little COVID spike ball under a microscope, but we have plenty of CGI, so why don't you just trust it? And why are those colors always so bright in those little CGI spiky ball images? That's because scientific artists are always coloring them in with brighter and brighter, more saturated
Masks do
colors,
not work.
bright
Like,
blue
look
and
at the
red.
cigarette ones. I even pull up
If you
some
don't trust
clips
that,
on
then
that. Like,
what kind of
we
fool
cannot
and
do this
disinformation are
again.
you?
Just
Agent. Disinformation
let's
agent,
just
that's what I meant.
be all adults, accept
Sounds like you're
reality.
a cisgender.
We failed the first
information
time.
agent.
Let's, if we
Worst
go
kind.
the second time, it's communism.
Getting back to this spiky ball,
Just
you
be
just
honest.
need to trust that it will
Being honest.
wreak havoc in your system with no symptoms at all. And that's how you know you're sick. You can go to bed. You can even put the new products on that I invented called Justin's.
Oh my
Midnight
god!
mud
Oh
mask.
my god, that is
Put it
brilliant.
on at night and you wake up
Oh my
feeling
god, that
rejuvenated,
is so damn brilliant.
refreshed, looking forward and eager to get back to that privileged white face.
Oh my
$5.99.
god, how fucking
Quantities fast.
ruthless is he? Brilliant.
Okay, let's get back to the chat. Thanks for coming. Alberta Bound, great song. Alberta Bound. Yeah. Alberta Roads, take me home to the place that I was born with a fake birth certificate while they scan me. Who wants more Christopher Freeland skits? Oh yes, there's more of those coming. You know, I have a few friends that do Christia, and a lot of them actually do Christia. So you might even hear from her today. Trudeau, eat less. Eat less. You can save lots of money. Have you thought of doing a skit of Trudeau speaking at the Conservative convention? Kind of like out of his culture, or sorry, away from his comfort zone, right? Yes, that would be good. Justin's Midnight Mud Bath. Yep. Hilarious improv. No symptoms at all. That's how you know you're sick. Yeah. Hey, Tammy. Tammy LaRon. Sometimes I see I completely understand that people have to have. Whoops, I'm trying to get out of here. People have their aliases on YouTube, but it's always nice when people use their real name too, because then I think when they comment, it has a different kind of weight to it. Thanks, Cass. Thanks for the tip there. I'm kind of worried that Trudeau is traveling with his son because he's the next chosen one. Nightmares are real. Yeah, you never know. He might come back and be in power. Christia, last time's head movements were spot on. Oh yes, that was my friend Elizabeth. She's great. She had she had all those head movements. It's so perfect. How about that time where she had all the price tags removed from the food behind her? That was crazy. I mean, not that I trust everything I see online, because I realize there's multiple levels, kind of like the Ukrainian or Russian dolls, where you got one inside the other one. You've got a psyop inside of another psyop, and there's people even in the truth movement that might manipulate things. So,
No pun intended.
but it wouldn't surprise me, right? Why not? Looking forward to your fall booster. Ernst, please be respectful here. I'll never forget. This drummer friend of mine came over the other day and we were rehearsing, and at any given moment he would start kind of impersonating my skit where I said the following. I'll never forget that first evening when I was first with Sophie. She took one look at my ding-dong and said, "This is unacceptable." And so he would just, even just before a tune that we played, he would go, "This is unacceptable." My name is Barbara. Okay, Tiggy. Bobbing away like a mad woman, yes. What do I tell my barber to get your haircut? So there's this guy Joe that it's this amazing place called Pink Line, and it's just downtown. Wonderful place, just the warmest people. They're mostly Lebanese, and Joe, the owner, he actually did Gretzky's hair for a while when they were winning the Stanley Cup and stuff, and he's got pictures of him. And so when I first met Joe, I kind of went there because it was close by. That's the first reason. And then Joe said, and I had kind of a buzz cut then, a military cut. And just because I was saving thousands of dollars every year by doing that. And so Joe sits me down in the chair and he goes, he touches my hair and he goes, "No shape." And so he says, "My friend, we are going to grow out your hair. Trust me, we are going to grow it out." And so I said, okay. So I grow it out. And then he said next time, he goes, "So you're going to get some compliments right away. You're going to, literally, believe me, you're going to get some compliments." I said, okay. And so nothing happened for several months. And he would all ask every time. He says, no, you just wait. You just trust me. You just wait. You're going to get some compliments. So finally, after about 4 or 5 months, I said, "Joe, now I'm getting compliments." And he goes, "I told you, my friend." And then Johnny, the other guy, who's also Lebanese, Christian Lebanese, he has a huge, big cross here. He puts his hand, you know how they look in the mirror and they look at you in the mirror? And he puts his hands on my shoulders and he goes, because we were talking about my Trudeau skits, and he puts his hands on there and he goes, "My friend, Trudeau has seen your skits." And he doesn't really know that, but he just says it. It's funny. Hi, John. Just joined in after shopping. Are you always shopping? As Tony Pantalleresco says, I have an impersonation video of him on my channel. He's a great guy. Tony always says, "Let's go shopping. Let's go shopping. I want to go shopping." That's the Canadians' favorite pastime is, let's go shopping. It's one of the funny little bits that I like about Tony. You have to do some Trudeau and Xi Jinping skits where the public inquiry starts. Yeah, no, lots of great ideas, lots of material, right? Freeland Bobble Dolls. Hey, Thomas. Yeah, they could probably do that. That wouldn't be that hard. You just have to have an investor that could do that, right? Make some Trudeau Barbie dolls or something. Crossdresser or something. Any more Polyev skits coming? Oh, let's see if I can do a little Polyev. Boy, I have to part my hair a little more like that, right? Like that. Oh, let me get my glasses for that. I know he's not wearing glasses as much, but it would just help a little bit, right? Maybe someone could explain why our Liberal leader is changing the flag to his rainbow colors. I just want to go back to Alberta and grow some more maple syrup. It's a little harder to do because he's got kind of a low voice. Trudeau radio was hilarious. Oh, I'm glad you like that. Yeah, my brother and I, Gord, we were quite proud of that because it took a lot of work, and it's sort of hard to conceptualize because you have to sort of visualize the order and do all the Trudeau bits first. And then we kind of added in the audio, but he's so amazing at different voices. Well, I'll have them on here one time. I'm sure that there's a way to share the screen, and then we can do we could even do that skit and just kind of act it out again. Okay, I was gonna sing a Factory Check Sugar Maple Doesn't Cry. Okay. You listen to Tom McDonald. Perhaps, I might have heard him. Is he a comedian? Ken Drysdale from Citizens Inquiry. Oh, it has a bombshell. Great. September 17th. Excellent. Okay. Need a black muscle t-shirt. Oh, by the way, my friend Teacup Umbrella, who wrote the lyrics to Trudeau's Paradise, I changed a couple things to suit my own vocal too. But she had a phrase in there that was so great, and I wanted to keep it, but I wanted to put in this other thing that was important too. But she had in there, I go shirtless day and night because t-shirts make my abs too tight, because there were those times where he was just caught walking in a park shirtless. Not that there's anything wrong with going shirtless, but I guess he was doing it quite a bit for a prime minister, or prime president, or whatever you call it. 65-year-old Polish who escaped communism. Yes. Heart is broken. Mm-hmm. Yes, amazing, right? And they dressed it up a little better this time. They were a bit more careful to hide it, with their sweet little sayings that they use, and they're just maybe better actors or something this time around, right? With the communism. A friend of mine, Rick, he always tries to correct me. He says it's not communism; it's some kind of form of totalitarianism. But whatever it is, right? Just like in that great movie that came out, there's something about it's all about Canada and what happened here. And it's only a couple months old. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it. And it just says whatever ending you use, like whether it's something ism, it's all basically totalitarian. Oh, okay, Tom McDonald. Okay, so rap. Mm-hmm. Little known fact that maple trees do not grow west of Winnipeg. Jurassic Park theme. Oh, I've heard it before, but I can't remember it right now. And the audio is terrible on the laptop when I do live stream. So it'd be better if I learn it and make a. Thank you for that suggestion. I should write that down here, because I'm looking for popular songs that everyone knows. And I don't mean top 40. I just mean like those movie themes, stuff that is from our, not necessarily Christmas themes, but those things that anyone walks in the room and they just kind of know it. And I suppose movie themes are great that way. But so I'm always looking for more to learn like that. Okay. Well, before the guest calls, why don't I do a little musical? Tiptoe totalitarianism. Yeah, exactly. Is that what Margaret said? Okay, that's great. Thanks, Tiggy. What will you do if the Libs fire Justin Trudeau? Okay, let's please discuss how our carbon tax dollars reduce pollution in Ukraine. Let me give it my best shot. We are taking fiscal responsibility and having an open dialogue with the people of Ukraine and discussing how a carbon tax in this country with 30 million people will help all of Europe, because the trade winds blow in such a direction that they go directly over Ukraine, bypassing Chernobyl and spilling out into the ground. And so we need to protect our environment by closing down all the fisheries on the coast to coast to coast, especially up in the Chesterfield Inlet area near Baffin Island and Ellesmere Island. There's too many frozen fish up there, which are previously frozen. Next, I will be meeting with Zelensky to investigate whether our carbon taxes should be increased or not. I believe that they will have to be, because Canadians simply can't help themselves. They spend too much carbon, they breathe out too much carbon, they fart carbon, and this is unacceptable. Canadianize rich men. Yeah. Okay, I'll have to do that. That's for sure, right? I'll write that down. Just because that's such a well-known song. There's some people that said that he might have been a bit of a psyop. And I was a bit skeptical at first, because no one gets to #1 on iTunes and Rolling Stone or whatever it was, Billboard top #1. It's usually that stuff is pretty controlled, or even if it's not controlled, it's just it goes to the people with the biggest marketing campaign. So it seemed unbelievable to me that it would happen by accident. But I did see Oliver Anthony speaking with Jordan Peterson on some interview that just came out, and seems very sincere. So yeah, I believe it. Seems like a nice guy. Awesome singer. It's funny that he said in some article that he didn't think he was a very good musician. I was like, what? I mean, he sounds like he's been singing all his life. Total pro. Okay, glad you like that little. Hey, Yves La Chance. La Chance. I forgot to speak my French. J'ai regardé les 3 petits cochons ce matin. J'ai été extrêmement touché. Bon matin, merci. L'oiseau dans la fenêtre. Mercredi, jeudi, vendredi. I wish I knew more French, because then I could do Trudeau in French. Maybe if he stays in power, okay, I can start taking a French course. Or just learn a few phrases here and there, right? Okay, let's do, I'm going to do a quick song here. Plug it in. So, I don't want my friend to call. I hope she doesn't call. Raise your eye view. Don't call just now, because I'm going to do this thing. Let's see if I can bring it up. Oh, here it is. Okay. Mendocino Man, Melanie J, and PP. You ready? Seems like everybody's paying the price. They wonder how I sleep at night. When my lies come first and the truth comes second, and I never stop for a minute to beguile. And why is Polyev so serious, saying that I'm acting deleterious, making grades for the guys with their heels so high, where the kids can have a really great time. That's what we do.
He is so damn brilliant.
So everybody cancel
this
the
is
right.
amazing.
Can you feel that? Yeah, we'll be normalizing stuff tonight. We're spending more good money. Celebrating monthly. I just want to make the world
pretty much.
drag. It's all about the pride flag. It's all about the G-strength, the thing. All about the sex change to change. Want to make the world drag. It's all about the pride flag. Okay, we need to take it back in time, when babies' genders were affirmed fine, when the girls had a rose and the guys had a hose, but the governments began to conspire. The schools all became so obsessed, saying that brings you happiness. So book your top job now, start to cutting all down. Guarantee you'll be feeling alright. And everybody comes to the far right, so everybody vote for the left. This is Trans Canada. We'll be watching naked men tonight. We're spending more of your money. Celebrating monthly. I just want to make the world drag. It's all about the pride flag. It's all about
this is hilarious.
Exchange to change. All about the strings, the thing. All of the world drag. It's all about the pride flag. If you think the flag's new, it goes back. If you homie you, the Wiz made the rainbow quiz. The sequence of the frequency is an old grade 6 quiz, but now I'm grateful kids are learning where they can jizz. Forget the XY chromosome mythology. Some makeup and a dress will get you pregnant. So take your blockers, you don't need puberty. The docs never ain't long, they can make a Frankenstein. You want a camel toe, yo, even though you know the name is Joe. Turn your chukka into supernova vulva, whoa! But don't tell your dad, because he told you 1, 2, 3 LGBT. Now you know your ABCs. Celebrating monthly. Pulsing family values. I just want to make the world drag. It's all about the pride flag. It's all about the, strength, the thing. All about the sex change. Want to make the world drag. It's all about the pride flag. It's all about the monthly. Pulsing family values. I just want to make the world drag. It's all about the pride flag. It's all about the change the thing. All about the Sex change to change, wanna make the world drag. It's all about the pride flag. Only 10. Yes, dude.
This is hilarious. I love him. He is just so hilarious.
Well, maybe there's.
And
I feel that there's
got all my
gonna be a call
artwork
coming
into
soon.
my bench. If you've
Check
been
the
reading
phone.
my blog,
Maybe
I
they're already
actually
tired.
did it. It's beautiful. I'm so proud of myself.
Oh, yes.
I actually got
I got a
motivated
text from
to
that
do
person.
something
Yes,
today.
Good idea.
Except for a few pieces, but I want to actually preserve them.
JT,
Because
a beautiful day in this neighborhood.
like the one I was working on today literally was like falling apart in my hands.
It's
and
a
I'm like,
neighborly day in this
shit,
beauty
I
hood,
need
a
to
neighborly
do
day for
something.
beauty. Could you be mine?
Or I'm going to lose
Could
all
you
my
be my
artwork.
slave? I have always wondered what it would be like to be prime minister and committing crimes against humanity. Yes, sir, that's what I do. Oh, let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well pray. Keep me in power, keep me in power. Won't you be my traitor? Or that's what I meant. Can't I be your traitor? Will you let me be your traitor? Can you do a Liberace impression of the piano? Not really. Tech surfs unite. WEF neighborhood. Mix of truth and humor. Frankenstein. Yeah, I think I messed up that one. I almost got it right. It was something like, you want a camel toe, yo, even though your name is Joe. We'll turn your junket into supernova vulva. Whoa, but don't tell your dad. Just be glad for your Soji 123 LGBT. Now you know your ABCs. It's a kind of a mouthful to memorize. Okay. Great Sunday entertainment. Cool guitar gear. Oh, well, no, I don't expect any news. Oh, let's see what's happening here. Oops. Hey, I don't know what happened. I thought I slide to answer. Oh, let's see. Let's see who it is. Okay. Sorry about the ring. Is this still ringing? Oh, I don't know what's happened there. Well, maybe we can do an audio call. Sorry, I'm kind of new at the live stream. It's my second live stream in my life. So, in terms of doing it by myself. Well, maybe she'll call back or something. She phones like she drives. Yeah, so cool guitar. To answer your question, no, I mean, I don't expect anything. It's just that I couldn't stay quiet, and, you know, they kind of brushed their hands off like that, especially like that last snarky email. And, you know, just that people need to know, kind of like Jordan Peterson. I predicted Jordan would say what he said when that stuff happened with the College of Surgeons or Psychologists of Ontario, that he would expose them and actually go to that course, that re-education course, because that's the smartest thing to do. I mean, imagine being the teacher of that. I mean, I wouldn't envy that person. So yeah, it's not that I don't have any goal really, except to just get the word out that this stuff is happening.
Gloves off, game on.
I want to show exactly the kind of words that are being used, so that it's not just hearsay. So that the proof
Jordan
is here.
Peterson
I mean,
is
I
from my
see on a regular
hometown,
basis. I see,
and we don't take prisoners.
not so much
You're
lately,
lucky
like it
if you
goes in
get your
phases,
dog
but
tags back.
I'll see a lie about me.
If he's gonna do it, bring it.
It's
feel
interesting, like if
sorry
they
for
have
the
to lie about
college
me,
because they
like I'll just
fucked
see
up
either
so
in a comment
bad.
or maybe on social media
So
somewhere,
bad.
and it'll be
Everyone
either a
knows
gross
it.
exaggeration, so like a half truth. And I'm thinking, if I was that bad, they wouldn't have to lie. They could just say, "Oh, he did this," literally, technically, but so that tells you a lot if they have to actually lie to throw me under the bus that much more. So I
pretty
find that
much.
interesting. One good friend of mine said the reason they lie is because their life is based on a lot of lies, and so then it's just kind of part of that, which kind of makes sense to me. So yeah, sorry if I'm doing anything wrong. Well, maybe I can call. Let's see. Maybe I can try to call. Well, we'll do audio. Okay, we'll just try audio here. Hey,
Mr. Speaker?
Christia, thanks for
Can
calling.
you hear me?
Yes, I'm just going to use audio, but if it's okay.
Oh, I tried to call you and I'm at my office, but I'm about to go driving again, and you know how that is.
Oh, are you enjoying your new Roadster Speed Racer?
Yes, so much. I got 5 of them.
Oh, that's excellent. Well, I'm sure taxpayers won't
Alberta
mind.
girls, we love
money well
we
spent.
love our speed.
Yes, I opened up 3 new bank accounts from government funding.
Oh, that's so excellent. And I heard that you were discovering something about democracy lately.
Yes, we found out that it's not really needed anymore. It's actually, it doesn't even matter. So we're just going to continue doing everything that we want to.
I think that's an excellent idea. And what other word salads do you have for us today?
Word salad? I don't know what you're talking about. We've always had everyone Canadians' backs all the way. And we're starting new campaigns.
Whoever is doing this, she is
everything
brilliant.
They need to know about our liberal government.
Mr. Speaker.
Excellent. Andrew,
how are you?
Oh, I've never been better. In fact, it's great to hear from you because I was going to ask you about forest fires and what we can do to set more backburns, because that's the only way that Canadians can move forward, by burning down all the trees, and then there'll be nothing left to burn. So we just might as well rip that Band-Aid off. Oh, whoops. Oh, I thought I still had it on. But then, we just have to rip that off and get it over with, and it'll be a tundra all over the place. But who cares, since we'll be in the 15-minute cities downtown, right?
All the way. I'm thinking of making them 12-minute cities. So even less, yes, lots. Even go down a notch, on that.
I love the 12 minutes. I love the 12-minute cities. I was going to say maybe 7-minute cities.
Perfect. You read my mind.
Yes.
We're right on the same track here.
Christian, could you tell me more about those terrible misogynists that were giving you a hard time in Alberta last year?
Last year in the elevator or at the bench the other day? Can't keep track. They just keep chasing me down.
Well, I was thinking both maybe start with the elevator incident.
Well, they just said some racist remarks, and I can't identify more with them. I'm diverse. I tell everyone everything like it is. I don't see a problem about what I'm doing here. So they just had some remarks, and I quietly ruined their lives forever. So we're just going to keep doing that.
That's terrible. Well, and also, Christian, some people don't trust that you know a lot about finances and things. So could you just impress people with some of your financial terminology?
Oh yes, you're the divider around here. You got that taste. But my financial background it's inclusive, so it has everything that you need to know, and we're just gonna keep going with that, and we're gonna continue to tell Canadians and make sure that all of their children are safe and effective.
Excellent.
And keep going.
That's just great. And now you can tell us about the speeding. What really happened that day?
Oh, it's a mix-up, My driver was just driving, and I was telling him all about my stories, and he just kept driving very fast, and then I just decided to take the wheel, and one thing led to another, and we're getting pulled over by the police.
That's terrible.
The policeman came over to the car, and I have my hands on the wheel still because that's what I do. And he gave us leniency. So we're there, and we got the leniency, and no one cares. And we're just going to keep driving. I got 5 more cars, and we're just going to keep going.
That's wonderful to hear. Well, I wish you all the best with that, and keep filling up with gas. I hope it's a gas guzzler, not one of these silly electric cars that that we're trying to push on the peasants.
Yeah, that's a peasant thing. You have yourself a good day. I gotta go back to taking care of all the peasant schools or making plants underground now. So okay.
Excellent. Okay, we'll talk to you later, Christia.
Bye.
See you on the flip
Bye.
side.
Yeah, bon
Momentan. Well, that was an excellent phone call from your Deputy Prime Minister. Okay, just checking out the deer nuts are under $1. Chris should take the wheel. Cobalt Commies. Very good one, Salty. Oh, nice name there. Steve Uptall. How many cans of WD-40? Oh yeah, I heard about that in the news. It's like they're banning it or something. So long, chlamydia free gland. Hey, CJ7, the Super Snail. Okay, Super Snail in the chat. He's got this great car that we're going to be filming Trudeau in, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So sorry for the wait, CJ. It just seems like every skit is delayed because it takes a while to. Like next weekend, I've got some gigs and I'm preparing for that, and super busy learning some new music and stuff like that. But trying to get to the skits as I can. That's probably why I did this, because I thought I could do some Trudeau for you guys and not make you wait too long, right? She's fired. A lot of funny texts here. Just reading some more here. Justin's Midnight Mask. Yeah, for those of you that missed it. Justin's Midnight Mask. Midnight Mud Mask. And again, that's not me or anything. That's just Justin's picture on there. And he's got a new product, so. Morning all. Good morning, David. Eliminate crime by abolishing all laws, by abolishing government.
Yeah, I think we all kind of feel.
Oh, Clyde, do something. Yeah, I follow his channel. Okay, I'll watch out for that. Eyebrow glyph back on.
Yeah. Pretty much. It's.
Okay, let's see if I can remember the lyrics to another song. Okay.
There's a lot of fucked up things, and I do have some.
I don't think I did this last time on the last
coming
time.
up about Hawaii, because I think we need to keep everyone from these fire zones in our prayers.
I'm Justin Trudeau, and everywhere I go, people know the tyrant I'm playing. I drain all your finance while I jet about and prance. Ooh, and they're saying that there will come a day free speech will pass away. We will arrest you promptly. There's no end to this so very dark horror show. It's unlikely you can oust me. I'm Justin Trudeau, and everywhere I go, people swear and call me names. I pay the CBC to lie and to deceive. Ooh, we're betraying. But there has come the day I'm helping more youth pass away. Nobody seems to stop me. There's no end to this so very dark horror show. It's unlikely you can oust me, 'cause I am somebody. Just me. I can complete myself. This is cool. Responsibility, openness, and dialogue. 'Cause I'm not sad and lonely. Je ne suis pas triste. I have friends like Kaz and Christian. Bosley, diddly bop, diddly diddly boodly bop, shibbity boopity 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 bop, bop. You cannot touch me because I own the cops. I said you cannot touch me because I own the cops. Yeah. Bon, matin. All right. Merci beaucoup. One of my greatest compositions ever. Just kidding. Hey, Ajmal. Thank you so much. Let's do, can we do Trudeau as, maybe when he, you know how he likes to dress up? So this is Trudeau. I just came up with this now. So let's say he goes to Ukraine and he wants to dress up like the babushka there. Okay. And he tries to blend in. You know, he's always dressing up and trying to fit in. Добрый день. I've learned a few phrases from the Ukrainian language, which is the most important language in all of history. And Canadians are working together with one another to strive for peace and harmony. I can say a few other words too, like borscht and papushka and nalechnike and perohe. Well, they all seem to be foods, but that's all I do here is when I'm on holiday, is I eat and be merry and hang out with the common folk. I'm pretty good at doing a Ukrainian accent. I'll read some of the chats, in fact. Play one of your Ukrainian songs. Gotta laugh when you can. It's great. We need an album of Trudeau parody songs. Newfoundland needs a show. Look like yellow submarine. We all live in yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. Yellow submarine.
Oh my goodness.
We all live in yellow submarine. That's why we must work together with Zelensky. And I bring you much peace.
Oh my God, this is
what do you think of my Ukrainian accent?
Hilarious.
It's not bad, right? Okay, just a little silliness there. Well, thank you so much for Christia for calling. That was just an awesome visit. I think she's keeping herself busy and she's got her 5 cars. Let's see if I haven't checked in the chat. Hey, Tammy, glad you like that. Funny if JT shows us his wardrobe closet. Yeah. I want to do that. You know, that's kind of a hard one to do is the Mr. Dress Up, because you have to get all these costumes and have a bunch of stuff. But that would be so funny. I suppose I do have a couple of friends in wardrobe that, because Vancouver's a big film city, right? So I do have a couple of friends. Maybe I could figure something out. Just went to Ukraine to learn how to prorogue Parliament. Can you do Trudeau talking about training horses so they run over? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll try. Canada is an equestrian state. We train our horses well. We have Clydesdales, we have ponies, we have big dogs that look like horses. And they don't just run over Indigenous people. We train them to run over everybody. That's what we do here. We are egalitarian and interested in equity for all. And I'm trying to think of other words that start with E. Merci. Well, you asked for it. Trudeau would really have to swallow his pride to learn any language that's had influence in SK and AB. Yep. So there's this vodka with yoga. I think this Wednesday or Thursday is the big march, right? I'll be at work. I'm taking too many days off work already, so I can't ask for one more. But I would love to be in that. It's kind of like you probably heard about it, but it's a Million Man March, or Million Person March, I guess. And it's for, the insanity happening in the schools. Like, just, stop it already. It's getting so inappropriate. and it's sickening to me.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
sickening to me as
you know
well.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's like,
I know.
Well, I don't think they should be in school. I think they should just be at home.
It's sickening to me as well.
But
and this is as someone who is obviously flying
stick
that
to the
rainbow
math and
flag
spelling and
proudly.
the basics. Why do they have to have the
I'm just trying to save some of this old art.
gender ideology? They're innocent, and they will figure it out over time.
Yeah.
They're just too
Kids
young.
will.
So, anyways, I didn't organize it, but there's that Million March. So I'm looking forward to seeing the footage from that.
And if you have to work, everyone
really
understands.
A lot of funny comments here. Oh, Yoji.
Like
our favorite is a horse with no name.
It never used to be like
Trudeau
this with kids. And I think we need to just let
Trudeau's
kids
like Mr.
be
Rogers,
kids.
brings his tickle trunk
Just
everywhere
let
he goes.
them
Yeah,
be
that would be
kids.
good.
Try
I'm
it.
working on one. It's
Instead of giving them
props,
big
but I want
pharma
to work on
and telling them to hack off the
friendly
body
tyrant.
parts.
I'll kind
I
of
don't
combine
know.
a Mr. Dress Up and
Just kind
friendly
of my
giant
idea.
all in one. And everybody my
I
age
know
or
it's
older
not
knows
really popular,
friendly giant.
but
And it can be the friendly tyrant, right? And I've got some good ideas for that, what he's going to do. It's kind of like related to the school system, what they're doing. So maybe I can just practice a little bit. Okay, so I don't have the props, but just forgive me. Okay, so a little sneak preview here of the upcoming skit. Oh, where's the music? I have it somewhere. Let me see if I can minimize this just for a second. Oh, no, it'll take too long to find it.
Aw. I know that feeling when you're
Okay, that's okay. Next time. But let me start doing the words at least. Okay. Bonjour, mes amis. Welcome to the Friendly Tyrant, where you're safe and your secrets are safe with me. I'll just give the parents a couple of minutes to leave the room. Okay, now that the parents have left the room, the children are safe with me and my ideologies. First of all, everybody loves music, so let's talk about the saxophone. Traditionally, the saxophone is held like this, with the right hand lower. But on some days, you children may just feel like playing it this way.
He is so good.
You can play and identify as however you want to. You can even put the mouthpiece on upside down.
Oh my god.
Because that's how you identify.
This is so cringe for Trudeau.
And I'm going to do a couple musical instruments like that. And
it's
I like
hilarious.
using metaphors and taking things out of context so that you're not literally, there's enough shows out there of people complaining and ranting. And I like those. I watch some of them, but that's why I choose to do humor, because we can just kind of put it in a little bit of a lighter format.
Exactly. You can unpack it a little
let's check the chat
easier.
room again. September 20th is that March. Yeah, I think it's in every city.
Yeah.
Starting at perhaps at the same time.
I'm like him. If I got to go back to work, I got to go back
Angela,
to work. I'm sorry.
I don't remember if it was horrible at all. I just
if I go to the March, I will be filming.
Some guy talking
and
having puppets
this
on.
Week is all up in the air.
Content, but
hate
maybe
my
you
life.
can remind me. Or maybe you meant the Friendly Tyrant version with Trudeau. Billy Ray Cyrus, Achy Breaky Heart. Maybe Melanie Jolie should do a call and you can do some intimate innuendos. Yeah, that would be good. I should write that down, actually. I've been wanting to do a Three's Company just because that was such a funny show. And I didn't even really get it or think it was that funny back then. But when I saw it, a few years ago in the reruns, because my nephews were watching it in Edmonton, and they were just laughing. And they were so young. And I was like, wow, this is really brilliant. And it's so sincere. It's there's so much effort put into the actors really giving their all for the part. So I was thinking Trudeau could be maybe with Melanie Jolie and one other person. And instead of being how John Ritter, Jack, he had to play a gay man so that the landlord would think it's okay, right? But maybe we could mix it up, and he could be the straight man because that was the only way that the landlord would let him stay there. I don't know, just trying to have fun here. But it could be Melanie Jolie and maybe one other person, maybe Christia, and they could live in a flat together. Love the Friendly Giant. Oh, your first introduction to jazz music. Yeah, I guess it was a Canadian show, right? So maybe they had some jazz musicians on there as guests. Three's Company 2 is great, yeah. Get a Spanish accent in that video. Yes, John Ritter. Oh, I miss him so much. He was such a great physical comedian and seemed to have no ego. He just, yeah, you'd flop on the couch, fall over, make all the faces. And then Don Knotts would come in with the blowtorch and say, Jack, I'm here to cut the roast beef. And the innuendos are so funny because they're so simple in a way, but so innocent. It's kind of amazing they got away with all that stuff, but I guess it was done in such a cartoon way. Going to be, oh, what was I going to say? The two Barbie fans are in India culturally appropriating. Oh, is that where Trudeau is? Yeah, I think he went there, right? JT's playing piano with black notes. John Ritter, you know, I saw him, and maybe if anyone knows the name of this, but boy, I really recommend it. He was in a serious movie. Maybe he's been in several, but there was one movie where he played a kind of a serial killer or something, and it was a serious role, and he was so believable, and I was just like, wow, now he's even more my hero, you know, because he was funny, and then he could do the serious thing, kind of like when, well, there's been a few other actors that have done that, a few comedians that have also done a serious role, and it's kind of amazing. Martin, no, not Martin Short, the other guy from SCTV. Boy, that guy. Oh, maybe it was Martin Short. I mix up some of the SCTV names because I haven't seen them in a while. But, boy, yeah, they played some great roles. I'm off, John, but best of luck. Okay, yeah, I think I'll wrap up, and Archie Bunker, and, okay, I'm not going to say that, but Climate Barbie got upset that she's not on the team. Okay, I'll just finish a few more. Riddles, roll, and sling blade. Rick Moranis. No, I know Rick. I must have been Martin Short then. Yeah. But they've all been in some serious stuff. Oh my God, can you imagine Archie Bunker? Yeah, that would be funny to do some kind of Archie Bunker. Well, maybe he'll call in because my brother can do a lot of voices, and maybe we'll do another JPJT. Klinger on MASH today. Yeah, that's interesting what that was, right? But for that time. Climate Barbie, toy set. Okay, that could be in the Friendly Giant, yeah. SCTV was amazing. Yes. Well, anyway, I'm going to get going. I have to get ready for a piano lesson pretty soon. But let me leave you with one more improv. What should I do?
Yeah.
Maybe I can talk about Archie Bunker. You can do Edith. Okay, well, send me an email, and then we'll keep it. And
exactly.
And, yeah, she's a great voice, right? Oh, Archie!
Because you know, like a little
Don't be
like
so
me
racist.
would have been told.
Robin Williams, yeah, I was thinking of him too.
Go on puberty blockers.
Okay, just a quick little Trudeau, speaking about Archie Bunker.
I'm sorry, these puppies are
Now, in
nice.
certain
These
white
kids will miss
families
them.
who lived at a certain time in the 70s in
And
Queens,
why are
New
we
York,
giving little boys breast
it was
implants?
fashionable
And we
to
won't
be racist.
let women
These were stereotypes. These were based on real things, but
get them
now
until
we've
they're
learned
18.
and we know better.
We
not
need
judge
to
someone by their skin color.
Yeah.
Whether they are a neighbor whom they pray to, the color of their skin. I personally I used to identify as one spirit, two-face, but lately I've been identifying as a Chinese dictator's cat litter box. Okay, the King of Kensington. Yeah, I got to get the apple, right? Walks through Toronto.
That was
Kensington
ruthless.
Okay, everybody, thanks again for joining in, and thank you, Deborah McDonald, for the tip. And we'll see you all another time soon. Take care.
Thank you so much, John. And it is so amazing that we have amazing people who do comedy like this. I know that was a long clip. I have some longer clips. But that one I thought was worth it to play all the way through with as many, like I know on YouTube, you need to break it up for the copyright strikes. But if I broke it up too much, he wouldn't have been able to get his point across. And I think that more Canadians need to pay attention to what's going on. We don't. We just take for granted, and then we go to the grocery store and it's like, why are the prices so high? You know? Some of it's... See, that was the original one I based all my artwork off of. And this one, I thought... Why do I make things complicated? I'll probably play this one a couple times. See if I can get that one. Yeah, I know. It took forever to upload. And now it's fucking crashing. Yeah. I love you. I love you, Rogers. You are the best internet people in never. Oh, God. I might actually have to restart this whole fucking stream. This is wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful. Let's just scroll down. Oh my God. It's like crashing everywhere. Of course, when I pull up someone like him, it's going to crash. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I got to reload out everything. This is Canada. Our country sucks. Fuck. No, I gotta restart everything just to get this puppy going again. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Is it gonna load? Okay, it might be loading. Fuck my life. Oh my God. Like, yay. Now it's reloading. Okay, we might be happy. Because it's really gonna get really complicated with Canadian technology soon. Because we do not have the infrastructure we should have. Not at all. That was promised to us by the Trudeau government. No, they did not bring in the infrastructure for internet. In fact, they've gone the other way. In fact, they have gone the other way so far that I feel like we are one step into a social dictatorship like China, which is what Trudeau always wanted. I don't agree with it. I don't think a lot of Canadians agree with it. But hey, this is what our great dictator thinks is best for our country. I don't agree. And this one I really liked. This one turned out pretty good. It's so hard doing some of these animations. Like, it takes hours and hours and so much data, and I'm just like, what am I doing? But this one turned out so good. Yeah. Gorgeous. Probably 200 photos. It's like that one literally took me 6 hours, and I'd already done one the earlier in the day, and by the time I finished that one, I was like, I just want to kill myself. But hey, it turned out good. I think I'm getting there. It's figuring out all these programs because there's not really a good guide, instruction manual for some of it, and the type of animation I'm going for, there isn't really a handbook for. It's hit and miss. Hopefully, some I win on, some I don't. And I'm just going to keep trying because it's so important to me. And like I said in my blog, like I feel like if I don't keep trying, I will lose that opportunity because I'll probably never get a chance to do it again. And a lot of, I don't ever want to look back when I'm like 60 or 70 and be like, I didn't try. Even if I fail with some of this artwork, I'd rather fail brilliantly than never try at all, because you're going to look back in 20, 30 years and just live with that regret. And I have met people, like I have always, if I've wanted to do it, I've done it, even at the risk. And when I meet people who have never done it over that 30, 40 years, they hate themselves. And I never want to be one of those old people. Like, I think that you had your opportunities. You can't spite God or spite your neighbors just because it didn't work out for you. If you didn't try, if you at least try, at least you try. You might fail. Yes. In life, there is no certainty. You might fail, but at least you tried. And so some of this artwork, I'm like, yeah, this is not what I planned on making after 6 hours. And some of it is like, all of it. I just think if I didn't try, at least I wouldn't know. And I will get better with it. It's going to be like, there is no like set manual how to do this type of mixing with the like old school stop motion and AI. And I'm hoping a future project I have, this is going to be fun. It is little Lego army men. So I'm going to do a stop motion of them coming out of the package, putting on all their guns and trading off guns, and because they actually have little guns with this, but I had to separate them. So this is going to be probably like, it's going to be a complex one, but I'm going to try for it. And I might not, people might not think it's spectacular, but at least I'm trying. And I will never look back with regret. I will always look back and at least I did it. At least I tried. And I think that's the worst thing I've seen with people. It just tears them down. And I watched this one today. This was an amazing film. This was an insane film, and may I say, this probably isn't PG-13.
With all their joys and
Like, it almost
passions
won
and
9,
compassions
it was
are on
nominated
the
for 9
screen at
Emmy
last.
Awards,
I'm
but
gonna take
it
my heart to
definitely
myself.
is not a
It
kid's
isn't
film.
sex you're afraid of. You can
It
say
is
yes, so I know
not.
that it's
I
love. That's
cried,
what
but
you
it was wonderful, but at the same time, like,
that no one knows about.
wow. I would never expect a film in 1957 to
I know
go
every spot
this
within
far
3
with
miles of this place.
any kind
I
of
never knew
civil
this place was
rights
here.
or
I don't think
equality.
anybody does
It's
with me.
and the scene when the guys get drafted for World War II is just brings some
Like
extra
whistle
tissues.
Just saw a young fella in the gully swimming without a stitch on.
Where?
Get out of the water and ran into
Okay, and okay.
Naked?
I'm sorry, this chick in the boat is supposed to be 45 years old. I'm just like,
Tell me, Alma.
what the fuck happened to people where 45 looks like
You've
that?
got to go stay
I
clean.
don't get it from
No,
old films. Like,
no, I can. You've got to.
Here is Constance Mackenzie, as played by Lana Turner. Selena Cross, played by Hope Lang. Michael Rossi, played by Lee Phillips. Doc Swain, played by Lloyd Nolan. Allison Mackenzie, played by the most amazing star discovery of the year, Diane Parsi. Lucas Cross, played by Arthur Kennedy. Norman Page, played by Russ Tamblyn. Betty Anderson, played by Terry Moore. With Barry Coe as Rodney, David Nelson as Ted Carter, Betty Field as Nellie, Mildred Dunnock as Mrs. Thornton, Leon Ames as Harrington.
that is actually such a well done movie. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. It is very well done. It's just, it is very long. I did like, I'm like, wow, I've gotten like half my chores done for today just watching this. But it's ruthless. Like, it is not a kid's film. Like, because basically, just to put it bluntly, to save a lot of thing on Rotten Tomatoes and all the plot lines, there's a lot of like naughty, incest, dirty, wrong. And she actually ends up, like, one of the chicks ends up killing her abusive dad. I was like, wow. Like, because you get this dichotomy of the beautiful 1950s sets and all those beautiful, like, they look like postcards, and then you get this like totally evil, dark script. I mean, like, I'm sorry, I know writers are on strike right now. Okay, I'm not even sure who you are. So you ain't getting a wrench, not today. Sorry, I this is like the first time I've seen your name, and anyone who, in my experience in YouTube, who begs for a wrench probably doesn't deserve one, because you just want to manipulate a channel. You don't actually care about the channel. You just care about the status that a wrench gives you. So you can go fuck yourself. Yeah, you can hang around here for a few months and maybe I'll give you one. Otherwise, sorry, dude. No chicken lips. You ain't counting. You ain't getting shit. No. Sorry, whenever someone like says that, This is a beautiful statement from one of the tarot readers I watch. I want to be so financially stable that God uses my pockets to bless others. And I think that is a wonderful statement. Because I can tell anyone who is just like asking for a wrench on my channel doesn't even, they are just looking for status or something. And yeah, okay, you're fucking done on my channel, asshole. No, you're done. You're done. You're done. And you know what? I think the only mess, like, I will not even go there. I will be polite. But you are gone from my channel. And, you know, like, you're mad. You are gone from my channel. Like what? You mad because I will not give you a wrench? I know who this is. I know who this is. And you do not get a wrench. Not only that, it's like, yeah, they're already gone. They're showing up on another channel, but it's like, sorry, you don't get a wrench. That's, you be a nice friend, me, and I give you one so you can share your links. You be an idiot.
Ten of my buddies are already drunk. We don't go nowhere that doesn't have liquor and cigarettes. Riding mechanical bulls in the club. We like to hunt, be with a gun. Come back tomorrow, we covered in blood with a bucket of guts. We all tougher the when we pop in the clutch, we ain't stuck in the mud. I'm the white boy with the baseball bat, with your face tattoos and a NASCAR hat. In a backyard like Strap Dog, got a glass jar full of tobacco that's blacker than asphalt. Rolling with hundreds of crackers who acting like animals, they cannot handle their alcohol. We the white boys. Than anyone leaving the club, we go dumber than thugs. We got bullets and putters and multiple gunners that come in hammers you under the rubber, you'll never recover. Chain smoking, my lungs hurt, my neck red, got sunburns, bumping in the name, we all know the words. Bunch of white boys flipping hella birds. Hillbilly really don't care if you like them. Little bit of moonshine fire inside them. Kill him in a minute, don't care who's fighting. You don't want to trip on the kids of Vikings. Ammo and mullets and cowboy hats out in public. Got ammo stashed at my cousins and cashing addicts and cupboards. They all dissing, we don't listen, can't hear it no more. We gone fishing, they gone missing. I told y'all before. Hanging up the window of a truck, yelling, I don't give a fuck. White people. Every time they see me pulling up, they be like, oh my God, he be on some white people.
Jumping out the plane, no parachute, so I'ma get the sooner. I ain't learned from school, always ditch stairs. Bueller, screw your little truck, my square body over there. Cooler, every white boy riding with me over there. Shooters, I'm the white boy with a monster pump. Six shotgun, but I pop the truck. The northern I'm so off the jump. I'm up, I rock a lots of guns. This ain't soccer, but watch them run. Shoot them in the long, need oxygen. Huffing blood like he up and does. Talk too much in this fucking shot. I'm never gonna back up too much ammo. We got hammered, used to battle. Had my fights right on the gravel. Back in the day, we used to handle like men, but now we're canceled. Look at us like states for cancer. Look at them like pull your pants on. Dumbass kids ain't got no answer. Look up the dudes with tattoos or rap news and bad moves and abuse in my past acting stupid. I used the bad news for the gas to keep moving. I made it where I'm at. Now you rather see me losing. Oh my God, got tattoos on the face. They did the time they got jammed. What the hell's a blue check? They ain't got no Instagram. Ask around, everyone knows. They might think that I care, but I don't. I'll be out some white people. Hanging up the window of a truck, yelling, I don't give a fuck. White people. Every time they see me pulling up, they be like, oh my God, he be on some white people.
Yes, segregated, but I'm still in the mix. I've been with time before you got cancer for speaking the truth about the world and exposing it for what it actually is. I see race as an issue, I'm running it back to the government to tell them this is a democratic, liberated, conservative, patriarchy, dipped in action, affirmative hit song. Bet they still cut me a check. Statement I'm in is my mind is way deeper than color. I ain't think I'm blue versus red. I'm in control, consider I'm carrying more than you know. One in the chamber that's ready to blow. Right as you push through, clear you wrote. I'ma keep praying that you get exposed. I promise, I'm not abiding by rule that you set for me. I'm not that mad at the past. I mean, it was only a couple of centuries. Well, actually, I'm pissed, but won't that be my identity? So on behalf of all blacks, I forgive and don't want to be enemies. Just say you're sorry and talk to me nice. This is comedic. If you get offended, I own life and how you failed to live it right. So it's not black versus white, it's wrong versus right. Cause color is just a result of these multiple factors that we didn't choose. I mean, mom, dad, race, religion, things we're born into. Generational curses that get undone once we undo moves. See life from a different view beyond our own skew. Manipulated by the news, true things they use to confuse the masses. Put us in social classes, separated by percentages paid for taxes. Income brackets, clothes, cars, shoes, size of asses. I've been trying to blackmail me once I black out all these demographics. The push past the stereotypical average that get blackballed and they cut all my traffic. Oh my God, he be on some black people. Hanging out the window of the trunk, screaming, I don't give a fuck. Black people. Every time they see me pulling up, they be like, oh my God, he be on some white people.
I love that one. I love Tom McDonald. I think we need more artists like him out there. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm not gonna pull up that one. I'll pull it up on a longer vlog. Be right back in one moment. Yeah, I think it's a good time for an intermission. Kind of want to pull up some of. Okay, where am I? Yeah, I'll be right back in one moment. Sorry for that brief little interlude. A friend of mine dropped by, so I just wanted to say hi to him, give him some hugs. He helped me get some rolls of, I know this seems so dumb to people, but he got me rolls of just clear plastic so that I can actually, like, I know this isn't the best way to preserve your artwork, but at least I can start preserving some, because the one I did today, I'll drag it out. Yeah. And I gotta like heat seal these. But this one was literally almost so fragile. I was like picking it up and it keeps tearing and tearing. And I'm trying to make AI artwork of it. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm going to lose half of everything I've made if I don't start doing this. So I'm going to start going through everything I got in the bench. I'm very proud of myself, which is good. And it's off the couch. I have another couch again. So if you come and visit, you can have a place to sit. We're going to pull up some more of my blog, because I do have some more good clips and artwork. I like that one. Like, I like how some of these, this one was crazy. Holy shit. And this is scary because I've been in house fires like this.
It's at the St. Catharines now, where a couple says they helped fire crews rescue several people from a burning building.
I've been in house fires like this. It's scary.
The fire was so intense, the people who lived in the building can't go back home.
Fire crews were on their way back from another call when they discovered the fire at 3 King Street.
When I smelled smoke, I just ran out my room. I came out, I see big smoke up on the building, on the second floor.
St. Catharines Fire Chief Dave Upper says people were trapped on the second floor who needed to be rescued.
Upon arrival, they effected rescue and pulled 3 victims out of the front of the building and 1 victim out of the side of the building, and then began interior operations to extinguish the fire.
One member of the community helped out with the rescue. Joy Lee and her husband were working on renovations in this building here across the street from where the fire was happening when they said that they heard people breaking the windows to get out.
So I heard that sounds, so broken window. So that's why they say I called to my husband. So he's come out and then he bring this ladder.
Lee says she didn't hesitate to run the ladder over to fire crews so people trapped on the second floor could escape.
Every time I'm very scared, but it's a very urgent time.
The fire also spread to the neighboring address, 1 King Street. Chief Upper says both buildings are inhabitable.
Red Cross has been called in along with NASO from the region, and they're now working with the property manager to find accommodations for those who are displaced.
No one was seriously injured and no one was taken to hospital. The Office of the Fire Marshal has been notified and the cause of the fire is unknown at this time. Eric Vieno, CHCH News, St. Catharines.
No, if you've been through a big fire or something like that, you understand, like, you just shut down. Like, I would have been that lady grabbing the ladder. Like, it's like, yeah, my place is going to be destroyed, but I'm more worried about your lives. I think we're losing that in society, just that level of empathy and compassion. I think we really are. Oh, yeah, I'm going to pull him up. And I have if you're reading my blog, I have
hey, hello, guys. Eric
his
West
full
here,
statement from the comments posted.
If you are new, which I doubt you are, you've probably been tuning in for the last 30 days, but I have been doing my best job to do whatever I could do to help this community and my family in the last 30 days. So I think today is the 31st 1-month anniversary of this tragedy that's occurred here on Maui, and it feels like the craziest 30 days of my entire life. But again, this is absolutely not about me in any way, shape, or form. This is about what's happening here on Maui. I'm one of those individuals that something has happened to, and if you've been following the story, you know what it's all about. But I just want to give you a really quick update, and I don't want to, I can kind of talk too long sometimes, so I want to make this as concise as I can. And I do have to start out talking a little bit about what's happened to our family, and I believe the tide is turning. So in the link I'm going to put a link in the description of this. It's a video that was just sent to me from a gal. I don't really know who she is, but I think she's on one of the other islands, and it's a TikTok video. And she's basically coming out and apologizing to our family for, I guess, some things that went viral and really have affected our ability to feel, just normal and good about what we were doing because of these threats and these horrible things that were coming at us. So I believe we're turning the tide on this, but for all you digital warriors out there, I'd love you to click that link and watch it. It's a TikTok video. Maybe you can help me get it out on Instagram and all these other platforms. But we're definitely fighting an information battle here in so many different things. And I want to talk about some of those things today because I believe there's certain messages that need to be heard by people around the state. And for whatever reason, my platform has been an opportunity to do that, and a very heavy responsibility. And I know I haven't always done it right, and I'm doing the best that I can. So most of what I'm going to say right now is moving forward. What are the best things that we can do to bring the situation to its best end result? And I believe it needs to go as follows. My message to everybody in Hawaii, everyone that's out there listening to this or thinking about helping or doing anything, I think the most important thing that we can do is use our cameras to show how aloha we are and how peaceful a people that we are. Because I just have this sense that there's a plan to sort of incite violence amongst the people in Hawaii and to create division. And that's the absolute worst thing that could happen. So my message is one of, let's be prayerful, let's be peaceful, and let's not let anybody incite anybody to violence or hate. I think this state represents aloha, and we need to represent aloha right now around the world. And so what just happened to me and my family is just so surprising because I never thought that would happen in Hawaii, but it did. And I think there's some bad actors that spur these things on. I don't think it just starts innocently. I think it starts in a very planned, meticulous thing. So I don't really hold those people responsible that continued the message, but the people that originate these messages and pay people to lie and do these things, they're the ones. And I think the plan is to try to create as much destruction and chaos and infighting, just like they did during some of the riots and whatnot during COVID. And that's not going to happen here in Hawaii. That's my proclamation. So I'm just praying to God every single day. I'm asking for His glory to show up on these islands and for people to truly embrace the spirit of love, the spirit of aloha, and to just handle this with dignity and with honor, and to just put this before the throne of God and just ask us to do everything right. And that's my number one prayer. The second thing I wanted to say is that it's very important that you use the tools that are available to you. And the most important tool that we have is our phones, and to record everything that happens to you and everything that has happened to you. I think that story needs to be told. So the direction that my mission is heading right now, I'm just one guy with a phone, and I just show what I show. And for some of you that think I'm a conspiracy theorist, I haven't been since the last election. I don't listen to anything political. Nothing. I've just been selling real estate. That's what I do, and it's okay. It's okay to be a real estate agent. Thank you. And I want to talk about that a little bit. But anyway, the most important tool you have is your phone. So record everything. Use it as a weapon, because I believe there's going to be some human rights violations, some civil rights violations, some constitutional rights violations. There's going to be violations. And so this weapon you have in your hand is your phone. And I encourage everybody, utilize it. Record everything. If you get ready to have an interaction with somebody, pull it out and record it. It doesn't have to be live. Like, I can go live in 1 second and have half the world watching pretty soon. But even if you don't have that, just record what's happening. That is very important. And the second thing is this platform. What I want to do is I want to make this platform, my YouTube channel, available for anybody and everybody that wants to send a video. I've got a full-time editor. Kate, you are amazing. Thank you. Much aloha, Kate. I think you're going to be a world famous video editor when this thing is done. Behind the scenes, there's always people behind the scenes that are just smashing it. So thank you, Kate. But I'm going to open up my platform so every single person that was affected by this fire, that was in the town that day, that lost a home, that has a story to tell, I want you guys to send me your videos. Send them to me. Right now, you could just upload it to YouTube and send it to me as a personal link. You could upload it to wherever, Dropbox, Google Drive, however, whichever, but just sit in front of your phone like I'm doing right now. I'm here in the Peely Bay, and just tell your story. And what we're going to do is we're going to publish that on this platform, and then we're going to ask people to make a connection with you, and also to help give directly to your GoFundMe or to your Venmo, whatever you might have.
Yeah.
But there's a couple things we'll accomplish with this. Number one, it reduces PTSD. If in that video you talk about how you feel, how this thing made you feel, then you'll stop reliving it in your mind over and over, and you can start to put it out there and share your feelings. Share the facts of what happened that day as well, because I believe this is almost a public deposition of sorts.
Exactly.
And I want to raise money for you directly. The worst decision I think I ever made was thinking that I could, somehow raise money as a haole realtor on this island and not have people think negatively about it. And for the record, not a single penny went to me. It was set up by my son Colton. So to say that I was going to steal money from the Hawaiians, I don't even have a GoFundMe. But at any rate, I'm going to put in this description of this video the update that just went out to GoFundMe.
His son setting up fund relief.
All the money that went out. So almost all of it is completely out to all the churches. So I want you to please share this video and have people go look at the link in the
Everything's
description for
full
the
disclosure,
TikTok video that we need to get out there, and also
donated
for the update of
everything
that we
he
did
said he
with
would.
the funds.
Unlike
so they've almost all been
Oprah.
dispersed, 100%.
Unlike Oprah, we're going to unpack that one a little more.
Providing shelter and food to
This
people
is a
already.
good
They were
match.
the first responders to this crisis. So those were the right hands to put it in for sure.
I have
and then
links in my blog
they are
to
501(c)(3)s
his...
so that the money doesn't get absorbed 30% of it to the IRS, because ultimately, because Colton put in his own personal account, we had no choice, and our 501(c)(3) took forever to get set up with the state of Hawaii.
It
we
was
just decided,
so fast.
hey man, we
like,
don't have the
people
luxury
don't
of
even
time
know.
because
Like
of all the haters on
we're not
IG and
fundraisers.
TikTok.
We are
we just had to get in those
activists.
hands
Like
of those people. So I think in the
we're
end, it was
just
the best solution.
regular people, and all of a sudden
and I'm going to put all that detail in there. So GoFundMe does a great job of dispersing all the information on the update. So I'm going to put that in the description after this video. So please do share this video. My digital warriors that are out there, yes, let's go, baby, let's go. Share, type, whatever you can do. The battle is information for sure. And so for us as a family to be able to provide the needed resources people needed in our small little mini way, right? A few Starlinks, to be able to provide this money to these churches, and then to be able to provide, I think most importantly,
and the
media
churches,
coverage that was not being provided.
Atheist,
so had the government allowed the media to
you
come in
might
here
not
and do their
be
job,
part of that
we wouldn't need a
congregation,
poor real estate agent like me to
but they
turn on
are
his
the
YouTube
ones
channel and have a
helping
Starlink
the
and show
It isn't
all the stuff that's going
government
on here.
right
I don't
now.
know all that's going on here, but what I do know is it smells kind of fishy to me. So we need to keep a close eye on these individuals. So if you want to come over here, the beaches are empty, the hotel rooms are empty, the prices are going to be amazing. It's still American. You can still have free to travel over here. But I have a sense what they're going to try to do, whoever they are, is they're going to try to create a big situation over here where everyone's going to get scared to come over here. And that's just not cool, man.
You know,
don't be scared to come here, man. I think this is going to be an
I would love
opportunity
to
peacefully
I
stand up for our rights, our
know?
right to assemble, peaceful assembly. And if anybody tries to incite you, I believe anyone that tries to incite anybody to do anything negative or non-aloha is a paid actor, and they need to be exposed for this strategy because they did it before.
I look at this, and this is why I share it. I cannot go there. I have work coming up.
Not going to happen, man. Non-starter.
But I can share their stories. I can share their links on my blog.
We got to be smart. We have to know what these strategies of the enemy are, and we need to live by our principles, and we need to give people the
amen.
Not just the benefit of the doubt, but the ability to give people time to defend themselves and do your due diligence. We got to be smart. You got to go read the new proclamation that just came out. You got to read the Constitution. You got to. Matter of fact, I'm going to put another link in this video of a guy that was at a school board meeting, and he's talking about how they don't have the right to shut people down when they're giving public testimony.
We need to live by that as North Americans.
It's a constitutional right. You can legally get mad at people while you're talking to these public officials. They can't shut you down because you're emotional. That is a Supreme Court ruling. You have to know these laws. I'm going to put that link in there as well. But the more we can educate each other on the best steps to take forward, I think moving forward is very, very important. So anyway, okay, breathe, Eric, breathe.
Yeah.
I just want to go jump in the ocean, man.
So do
But I'm
I.
not. Haven't just been working
Because that
solid,
looks like gorgeous
solid,
ocean.
30 days just
And it
grinding.
doesn't like,
And
it's like sand.
it's
It's
been a real
not
honor
like
to
the
be able
west
to do that.
coast
And I
of
think
BC
vindication
where
is
it's
coming
like
my way.
all
So just a real quick
rocks.
update on my situation with my
That
job.
ocean
So
would
Keller
be
Williams
all
promised me last night
It's like,
that
yeah,
they were going to
that's
put out
like,
a letter
I have little
refuting
booties.
essentially the
I
letter
make
that they
my
put
little
out
booties
before,
for
which
the
created this
ocean, but
distance that they tried to
it's
say.
still,
And they
you
have
know,
this
not
council
the
of
same.
Hawaiians that they want to, it was just a BS letter. And honestly, it put more fuel on the fire that was started by these fake videos. So I truly believe by Keller Williams putting out that letter, they created more danger for me and my family, literally, because they gave legitimacy to something that was not legitimate, and that's wrong. And so I told them last night, if they don't put out a public statement defending me, then I am going to light up their phone lines and their text lines and their emails. So I'm giving them a chance to do that because that's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do, Keller Williams. And I want that letter today, and I want it spread far and wide that you have changed the message that you were inferring by that public announcement, because it wasn't a very good message that you were inferring. And I believe it did put my family in harm's way because now it legitimized all the stupid TikTok and Instagram and how we go home as some 19-year-old girl is what she is, what I've heard. By the way, I've known who she is since the very beginning. I've always known who that person is, but I haven't made her name public. I haven't blown up her personal IG.
He is a good
because
man.
that's not who I am. I was just hoping IG would shut her down, but they didn't, right? So if you haven't gone there yet and put on there that you're reporting them as someone that's creating a harassment and report that How They Go Home channel. There's many people on this island that have had problems with that channel or whatever you call it, that site. That the IG account. I don't use Instagram, so I'm too old for that, man. I'm 54 years old. Come on, give me a break. I don't use Facebook anymore because they censor everything. But I guess we put up with that too, don't we? It's amazing what Americans put up with, isn't it? Well, you know what? I think it's time we stop putting up with it.
We have to stop.
I got kicked off of Facebook a long time ago because I said something nice about President Trump. It's okay. He was a president, and I said something nice about him. Should be able to do that. And I got kicked off of Facebook for it. It's ridiculous. It's unbelievable. Why that site's even allowed to be up and why the people that are censoring are allowed to continue business is mind-blowing to me, right? But they do. But it's time you guys start voting correctly. You know, shut down your Facebook account. Let's go. Shut it down. Shut it down. Well, I'm getting on my soapbox. I got to relax. So anyway, I have joined a new real estate company. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Real, R-E-A-L. Google them up, Real. Because you know what? I'm keeping it real, and they're standing by me. And the broker in charge here on Maui, who is, I don't know what percentage Hawaiian she is, but she's Hawaiian. There's a famous bumper sticker that says 100%, 10% Hawaiian, or something like that. It's pretty funny. But I know she's got a lot of Hawaiian blood in her. And she saw what happened with Keller, and she goes, you know what? We're going to step up. We're going to do the right thing, and we're going to support you, Eric. And so it's real. So I'm just doing the biggest shout out I can possibly do from the bottom of my heart for that company, REAL, because they're cutting edge, they're new, I think they're in all 50 states. I think they have 9,000 agents, and they took me on, and my son and my wife Lisa and my transaction coordinator Craig and his wife, and so we're all coming over. And if you're a real estate agent out there, and if you want to join my team, that's one of the cool things about Real is they're allowing me, or they allow anybody to build a team out there. And so that's what I'm going to do, man. We're going to build a team of like-minded people, and their values are all about, be kind, let
me just pause this for a second.
So I'm so thankful to them, and I just believe that's the...
Okay. Let me just pause this. As a Canadian citizen, oh God, it's painful. I am in one of the most expensive housing markets globally, not just in Canada, but globally. So when I hear you got real estate, by the ocean on an island, it's a little tempting. And the thing is, going somewhere like there, it would be helping the locals rebuild. It wouldn't be I'm trying to do like Oprah, who is a awful cunt. She is an evil, evil woman. There is not enough bad things I could say about Oprah, but I won't. She went sideways. Oh my God, that woman is corrupt. Yeah, so we're gonna pull this one up again. He is
the
so
right
awesome.
move
He is such a sweet
because
man.
Because they're smart, right? So let's align ourselves with smart people.
It's just like
What some other
sad
companies have
how
done.
he's
I'm
been
not going to keep saying their
ostracized.
name, but it's just not
Yeah.
smart. Just not smart, man. And I can tell you personally, and I just want to do a shout out to the owner of KW Realty, Colette. Colette Ching, you were awesome. I know this was not your decision. I'm so sorry from the bottom of my heart for kind of throwing you under the bus. Although that video went down really fast, and even Michelle Del Rosario, my broker here, and Keone Ball, you guys are all amazing. And I know this decision came from way above, from what I've been told, above your heads. And so I feel like you guys are also being victimized now because of this thing. And that's just, it was never my intention. So obviously, but someone made a decision, just like the decisions that were made here in Lahaina, right? We can't hold the police officers and the fire department guys, and even those state sheriffs that gave me this ticket for something. I got a ticket for parking on the side of the highway. I didn't even park on the side of the highway. I pulled over to ask a question, and now I got to go to court. I mean, that's just crazy. And it's an emergency proclamation that says what? The governor can lift or impose any law at any time. That's called tyranny. That's called not democracy. That's called stepping all over the Constitution. What's the state of emergency we're in? The fire is put out.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I just heard that they couldn't answer who has locked down Lahaina town. The police were like, well, we didn't lock it down. The mayor, we didn't lock it down. The guy from the army, well, we didn't lock it down. So let's start asking some questions. So who's locking down the town? Who? Based on what?
Exactly.
But in a peaceful way. In a peaceful way, knowing your rights. Because once you get armed with knowledge and you speak from that position of power, knowing the law and the ideals that are supporting you as a citizen of this country was founded on these ideals that protect you. They are your rights. Like if you get arrested, you have the right
Amen.
to remain silent. It is a Miranda right. There's the way case law works. I'm not an attorney, but I did get into law school.
We don't have those rights in Canada, just to let you know. If you're a tourist or a local.
On these rights, these inalienable rights that you have, and the more you get
we kind of lost those.
knowledge
Sorry.
of these, and you're in a public setting, or you're getting shut down in a public meeting, or a cop is trying to arrest you, or something like that, and you know your rights, and you start speaking those truths and those rights.
We do not have these.
They got to be accountable to that, and you have videotape of them. They are accountable.
In Canada,
you can sue them.
You
can take
do
them
not
down
have
if they
these
don't
rights
do what they're
as a
supposed to do
citizen.
according
And
to the
I
law of
wish
the land and the Constitution.
I
So it's time we start
could-
turning the tables.
I was
standing
joking.
up for our rights
Or
as
I was
citizens,
trying to
man.
be
That's
dramatic,
it.
but we
You don't
actually
shoot the messenger,
do not
man.
have
I'm just saying that's
these
how
same
this thing gets
rights
won,
in Canada
is by doing
as
the
you're
right
hearing
thing
here.
in a peaceful
God, I love the
way.
States. Oh my God,
being
shut me
armed
down.
with knowledge and information.
Oh, you guys
So
are
if you're gonna
beautiful.
get
Give me
involved
the
with this thing
2A.
at any
Give me the
level,
1A.
get a course. Maybe someone can put a comment in here. What's the best way for the common person that doesn't know anything? And I'm supposed to be moderating this conversation, but I'm not. Hope you guys are having fun there and there's no haters. I'll block you all eventually. Don't you worry. But maybe someone put a resource down or send me a resource that we can teach people just the basics of information they need right now so that they can defend themselves. So anyway, guys, that's long enough. What am I at here? 16 minutes? 18 minutes. Wow. How can I go that long? I'm actually a very quiet person. I hardly say a word all day long. But that's all I got for you guys. So thank you so much. After this video posts, I'm going to cut and paste the update from GoFundMe. I'm going to put a link to the TikTok apology from some gal in Oahu that was spreading some of this hate. It was an amazing TikTok video, and I'd just love for you guys to share that. And digital warriors, which I think you all can be. At a very minimum, you can like this video, you can share this video, and you can subscribe to the channel, because that helps the voice of these people be heard. If you're just tuning in, I'm going to start turning this platform into a place where people can send me videos. Send it to my editor, Kate. Kate, you're the best. And we're going to start posting videos of survivor stories. And I don't care what it is. You can go for Joe Rogan style for 40 minutes, however long it takes you to tell your story. Tell us what happened. Tell us how it made you feel. Tell us, we can even blur your face out. If you want us to keep you anonymous, we're happy to do that. I just believe it could be a depository of information, like a deposition, and a way for us to connect you with the world to raise money for your GoFundMe, for your Venmo,
stories
for you
about
to let out
Yellowknife,
your feelings of
I
what's
would
happened,
love to hear my
tell the
cousin's
story. If you have additional photos or pictures or things you want
My
to
family
include
was
in
in
your video,
Yellowknife.
we're doing all this, completely free of charge. I just want a depository of videos coming in
Maui.
that we can then
But
put
everyone,
these stories out there for the world
but
to hear.
Maui was
Because
so much
you know what it is, man, right? Time goes.
Yellowknife, and I'm not trying to
and the memories fade. And so I just think it's so important that people are able to share that while it's fresh in their mind. It can heal their body. It can heal their soul. It can just do so much right now. Help them raise money. The best thing, like the juice of my channel, the juice. If I squeezed it all down into one just drop of beautiful nectar, it would be. This is a platform that people will come and listen to the victims of this tragedy, and will connect with them directly and give them money directly. Like that's the net takeaway. That's the lesson learned. That's the level up, and that's what I want to offer you guys, is a way that you can jump on my platform and be recognized. At one point, I was pushing
through some of these,
2 million views today. Now I'm down, obviously, but that's all right. They can't shut us down. I guess they could, but I don't think they will, because the focus of this channel is going to be getting those stories out so you guys can support them directly. The people that we have featured on this channel within 24 to 48 hours had 20, 50, 80, 100 plus grand coming directly into their bank accounts. So that's huge, man. So that's what I'm going to stick with. We're not taking any more money on the GoFundMe. We still have a Give, Send, Go at lahainafirefund.com. That's just to help us with some of our things that we're doing to keep this going and to keep giving money to people that we know personally that need help. But the GoFundMe is down just because that's enough. But we're gonna make this channel an amazing place. So if you know somebody that has a story to tell, matter of fact, check this out. There's someone that came to my house this morning. They said, Eric,
give the money to people
on the side of the highway
so they can
that was
rebuild.
Completely burned
and he will
and melted.
Do it. Do not
there was
give
no
to
grass around it. It was
fund.
just like
I
gravel.
pull up a clip
She goes, we
on
had
why
our car
that's a bad idea,
next to that
either
car,
today or tomorrow.
and our car was fine.
Because
and she has a video.
What is
going on? They pulled up the next morning because they had to escape, and they parked their car right next to that car.
It is absolutely
they wanted to both be in the same car.
Like
that one car melted, and the one next to it didn't. So it's just little
exactly
pieces of information. Because again, you have your weapon in your hand. It's your phone. The videos that you have on your phone, the pictures that you have, tell the story.
Yeah.
So we need to put this together like a big, beautiful mosaic, like a big, beautiful collage of information that someday I guarantee you will help uncover the truth.
Even
because
have
that's what it's
the
all about.
randomest
It's the truth, and that's what we're seeking. We're seeking
little
the truth
videos
of what's gone on
of
here.
that tape.
We want to know the truth of what's going on and what's coming our way, so that we can plan and react appropriately. So that's just my angle. I'm just one guy out here trying to do what I believe is the next best thing to do, and I think that's what we're going to focus on. So anyway, I really appreciate you guys tuning in. Again, shout out to Real, REAL. Go check him out. Beautiful real estate company that hired my whole team. If you want to join my team, we'd love to do that as well. We're going to build the most amazing real estate team the world has ever seen. Doesn't matter what state you're in. If you're a realtor, come join our team. And I'll be back to work really soon because I got bills to pay. You know what I'm saying? So all my clients out there, we're going to get those properties listed again. The cool thing we're going to do is we're going to offer those homes for sale as sort of a philanthropic approach where you can buy those and then make them available to people for reduced rent, subsidized rent, free rent. But we're not going to be hated on because we're real estate agents. We're going to help provide housing, which is what we do, and solutions.
That is
anyway,
amazing.
guys, thank you so much.
And I know he will
tuning
fulfill
in.
that.
And of course, if you've enjoyed anything, I'd love to share Shaka a thumbs up. And thank you for sending the aloha around the world to the people and all the haters out there, the naysayers, the liars, the people that made our life so difficult. I just give you guys an olive branch. I forgive you. I ain't going to sue nobody.
That's
I
what
just
you
forgive
do.
you, right? It's all good.
Aloha.
I understand you were probably incited somehow, and I just wanted to stop. So let me be the first one, right? Just like I did with Keller Williams. The next day I took that video down, and I just made another video. I just said, I'm sorry. Forgive me. That's what it takes. You got to be the bigger person. You got to take the first step. You got to just swallow your pride and just go, you know what? And that's that TikTok video I'm going to put down there, man. That lady. Sorry.
It's okay to call her chick.
She just really touched my heart. You know, it probably took a lot for her to just apologize like that. And it just, you know what? I am sorry for the errors that I've made, and we're all humans. That's just the bottom line. No one does anything perfect, right? There's only one perfect one, and that's Jesus. So I'm going to end this video like I do all my videos with a quick little prayer.
There is
In the
only
name of Jesus,
one
Lord, I thank
perfect
you for this
one,
video.
but
I thank you for everyone watching. I ask, Lord, that you would speak into their heart and minds and give them the next instructions of what they need to do to help Maui, to help this country. And I thank you, Lord, that I just proclaim your glory. Your glory will come from the clouds. It'll spill all over the earth. It'll start here. It'll spread to every state, every nation.
It's already
and people
there.
will feel the supernatural, Lord. They will feel the supernatural. They'll know
Even
it's you. They'll know
though
it's God giving them a touch.
God
Because
will
of that,
give you a
evil will flee
storm,
7 directions according to the word of God. And evil will no longer have its place on this world. Evil will no longer reign. Your warring angels will stand post next to every single house, every single family. It'll stand post on this island. Those warring angels will stand post
go
on
through
the side of that
these
town. They will
things
not allow
just
disruption. They
as a
will not
test.
allow conflict. They will not
And
allow
it isn't
any
God
kind of
is punishing it.
violence. It will be simply
God
aloha.
is
It'll be the peace
trying
of the
to
Lord, and
build
His
us
glory
up.
will shine.
And
it will
I
be
know that's
supernatural. I went to a
hard
place
to
called
accept
Medjugorje one time. Total rabbit trail. My not good friend, but a guy that treated me like he was his friend, Wayne Dyer.
Any
said,
of
Eric,
the fires
the
we
most
have
amazing
gone through
place I've ever been on earth, and what was
summer,
heaven on
but
earth, he said, was a place called Medjugorje. Wayne
Amen.
Dyer, God rest his soul, he had
Well
a place
said.
on Kaanapali Beach,
Amen.
and I told that to my mom
Aloha.
one day, and she goes, Eric, let's go to Medjugorje. I was like, wow, I never even heard of it. So we went there, and I went there for a week or so on a pilgrimage. And if you haven't been there, man, it's nuts, man. It is the closest you'll get to heaven on earth. And once you taste the supernatural, once you feel the love of God, once you get a sense of that supernatural, it's like you're in awe. It humbles you, and it just gives you this beautiful sense of completeness. I can't even explain it. When I came back from Medjugorje, I was like so bummed I had to go back into the world, because the world is a tough place. But I believe the same supernatural love that I felt at Medjugorje, Croatia, Herzegovina. It was amazing, and all these people were there asking questions of the visionaries. Hey, what's this place about? And what does it mean? And the Catholic Church and all this kind of good stuff. And the visionaries are amazing, right? They just said, look, the only purpose of this is to lead you to Jesus. The only purpose for Mary, the Mother of God, is she's the pathway to Jesus. She's the shortcut to Jesus. It's all about Jesus. That's what it's all about, man. And when you go to Medjugorje, that's where you'll walk away going, man, God is real and God loves us. And when He shows up, man, it's amazing. And I believe God is going to show up in a very supernatural way in these islands. And it is going to be the biggest aloha love fest you've ever seen in your whole life. I truly believe that. And I just declare that, and I invite that, and I ask your prayers to be in accord with that. Line up with God, line up with the vibration of love, and I can promise you, these evildoers will flee, man. They'll go. They can't handle it, man. And those warring angels, the sword of the Spirit is being sharpened right now. It's being sharpened, and it will just slice. It will just slice right through the sinew, and it will just cut right to the bone, just like in a real war. But this is a different war. This is a spiritual war. So bust out your Bibles, read your scriptures, pray in the Word of God, and I'm telling you, man, the enemy doesn't stand a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance. All right, guys, thank you so much. Much aloha. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for sticking through me on this journey. And from now on, we're posting videos of survivors, so send them my way. You can send me a link on YouTube. You can send me a Google Drive link. You can send me a Dropbox link. You can mail a stick, whatever it is. I want to tell your stories on this channel, and we'll get back to 2 million views a day, because what's important are the people that were affected by this fire.
Oh, my God.
Period. And we're just here
Amen.
to help. So that's what we're going to do.
That was
Yes,
like,
all right.
it's
Much aloha to
Sunday.
you guys.
That was
I gotta
a
go do some more stuff.
powerful sermon.
These lives are way too long, aren't they?
I know he's a
Share,
real
like,
estate
subscribe.
agent.
It'll tell
I
YouTube
bet
the
he
algorithm.
didn't think that
This is an
would
important
come out
message,
like
and I
a
believe it
preacher,
is.
but
Thank you so much.
damn.
Give me a little bit of time to put
There's some
the
fire
GoFundMe
in that
update and the
statement.
TikTok video link and the link of the guy defending his rights to get emotional at a meeting. That's your right.
Yeah.
Public meeting, you can't get emotional. It's legal, and they can't shut you up. They can't. Know your laws, and they also cannot censor the meeting. And the Sunshine Law should be put back in action,
they
so
can
that we
in
can see all these
Canada.
open meetings, by the way.
Unfortunately, in
Let's
Langford,
get some
it's
good
been
attorneys, let's get some
happening.
good videos, and let's start educating the people of these islands what the law is, so they can be peacefully enforcing it. In Jesus' name, keep your video cameras
Amen.
rolling at all times. It is your best weapon. Document, 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 document,
Just film.
everything. Thank you.
Just
Amen.
stand by
Aloha.
and
Until next time,
I
Eric West
know.
out. Maui Dan, love you, brother. Thank you so much for being here for me. You flew all the way from Wyoming to help me. You're the man.
It is
I love
one
you.
of the worst things you can do. It's just stand by and film sometimes. But if you step in, you are risking so much. And it is sometimes like doing videos, it is like that fine line between like, where are my boundaries? Like, and because you are taking serious legal risk, especially in Canada these days, and nobody thinks it. It's like, you're Canada. You're fucking pathetic. You're like, but no, it's like anyone who is live streaming on YouTube with anything political right now is taking serious legal risk. And, well, eventually I'll clean up my apartment enough so if I do get arrested, at least it's going to be easy to pack up. Yeah, it's not like, okay, like, it's not like if you get arrested, your family is going to want to keep paying for your apartment. It's like, or your mortgage, or, you made a choice. But right now in Canada, we really are facing whatever. We are facing huge. Oh God, this light. I've been playing with like black and white photography all day, so sorry about the lighting. It's not going the way I hoped. I'd rather just watch it on the big screen. Oh God, I'm trying. I'm trying. It's hard though. Like, it's hard to recreate a certain era of film. And I was talking about the government. Yeah, about how we're all going to get arrested when C-18 comes in. Like, even now, we had a major fire up in Alberta and Yellowknife and BC and basically most of Canada. And because of the Trudeau's government's regulations with C-18, Google and Facebook, which I cannot fault these companies for taking this stance, have said that, well, if you want us to pay you all this extra money for something that was already happening, that generates your own interest in your channel, we were letting this go for free, but now you want to get paid for it. So we're just going to block you. And then we have major forest fires and people are complaining, but it's like, well, this is the terms and conditions you signed on to when you filled out your Facebook profile or, any of these profiles. And I actually agree with these tech companies. I know a lot of people, it costs lives. I hate to say that. Or it costs buildings. It costs so much, but this is directly on Justin Trudeau. It is not on, because up north, like in Yellowknife, a lot of people just rely on Facebook. It's easiest. It's cheaper than phones. Think about that. Think about that. Like, Trudeau promised all this infrastructure for the North. Like, basic, like, roads, phones, water, basic water to people in your country. And after 2015, this man has not done it. So, and now he just keeps cycling it back. And with the G20, this dickhead, and he's like propping up his son. And I feel bad for Xavier. Like, you know, like, I'm sorry, kid, but if you are drinking and singing before, then I can troll you now. Especially after that Barbie hoodie. Like, sorry, dude. You know, like, this poor kid has no idea. And he's being propped up like a prince. And you know what? As much as I am going to criticize the Trudeau family during this stream, just give the kid this moment. I know it's awful, but his life probably sucks so much worse than any of ours. Really, it does. Like, imagine Trudeau is your dad. Like, you'd probably want to slit your wrist. Like, just say, like, or, and it's not like Sophie's much better. Let's not put that, like, just as like a sorority sister moment. It's like that little princess ain't so princess. You know, like, she has been laundering money for decades on behalf of Trudeau. And the fact they showed up on Vancouver Island after, we're getting divorced, we want all privacy. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, hi, we're on Vancouver Island for vacation. Yeah, we just did movie night, but we really want privacy. It's like, fuck you, assholes. Half the people in my city cannot even afford to take their kids to Barbie night, let alone, or Oppenheimer, or any of the other movies coming out, let alone school supplies, rent, mortgage, gasoline, diesel, if you have that type of vehicle, like, plus all the extra taxes that we are getting on top of us. But no, that's not a problem. No, we should celebrate people like Trudeau. Yeah. He's an awesome human being. Probably not. I'm going to read this out. Hey, most aloha infused audience in the world. Could you do me a huge favor? Could you reach out to Maui NU venison.com, who provides fresh deer meat, and fresh fish Maui.com. Thank you. I will text you later. And tell them I would like to get an affiliate link I can send out to my audience, whereby people who on the mainland and around the world could sponsor families who will receive fresh fish and wild venison delivered directly to their door every month. So let's feed Maui the right diet. Let's fill the gap. I don't expect any kickback. I just want to deliver healthy, wild, caught, and wild venison protein into the mouths of people here and encourage them to eat less than the 50 grams of carbohydrates every day to cut out all forms of sugar. This will clear their mind and help them think straight, which actually it does, and encourage them to refrain from any other harmful chemicals that also alters their state of mind. I'm still going to smoke pot. We all need to clear for this battle. We need to hear from the Spirit. Trust me. There is stuff in this food they're handing out at the Red Cross that is processed and it's not good for the human body. These people deserve fresh fish and fresh meat. We all do. And it's here on Maui and the surrounding islands. I know Joe Rogan will understand this and maybe he can help behind the cause as well. We can be self-sustaining. We just need a handout right now. The resources are here. Yes, these people are like Vancouver Island. And I think Timber could understand this. But I'm just, it fit with whatever. I don't care. I don't care what people say. We got a deer. That was a wonderful deer. Oh, yeah. See, this is disturbing. This is how fucking corrupt Oprah is. It's disgusting. Like,
at some point,
this is
a major donation after all of this.
This is disgusting. This is actually disgusting to watch.
Like. This is going to be
and I'm going to warm up some dinner.
Process.
Oprah claims she would be at the forefront of helping Maui residents rebuild their affected land. And she actually did what she promised by joining hands with The Rock to form a Maui fund for the people.
Rebuild?
We have created
like for a 15-minute city or one of those plush slog like, oh, yes. You will own nothing and travel nowhere and know nobody and you be happy.
Despite the gesture, the public has realized that while the fund was promising funds to the people, Oprah and her executives are racking in really big funds, and the amount they are offering the people is small compared to what they are benefiting.
The president of the nonprofit that manages this fund is making over $400,000 a year. You got the CEO making over $300,000. You have the CFO making over $290,000 a year.
A Maui native has spoken up about how despite losing everything they were being offered, very little finances and aid, while the elites and the rich were benefiting from the disaster.
You're telling us to fill out this paperwork so that you can give us the least amount of money. All I've had since day one is $700.
The public feels like the fund was created for the benefit of the rich instead of the affected victims who might even end up losing their land. Let us get into the details of the Maui Fund benefit and how it affects the people of Maui. So previously in August, right after the devastating fires in Maui, Oprah pulled up for the victims and offered them aid on the day-to-day supplies they needed, promising to help with how the affected land was going to be rebuilt. The deadly wildfires had swept through the island, damaging and destroying thousands of structures, leading to the deaths of 115 people, with dozens more still unaccounted for, according to a report by CNN.
At some point, I will make a major donation after all of the smoke and ashes have settled here, and we figure out
what a bitch.
This is going to be a long,
like, oh my
process.
God, she deserves
well by the
jail.
public because many felt like there was another
Because here's
objective
the
and motive
thing,
behind her
water
involvement.
was shut
But she
off
actually
in
kept her
Maui
word
during
when
that
she and
event.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson
Yeah,
recently launched a relief fund
property
to help aid local residents
was
who were affected by wildfires
really
that
like
ravaged large sections of
apparently
Maui,
she had
Hawaii.
gardeners and
Weirdly,
they
despite
watered
the
her
good
really
gesture, viewers hit
around
back at
it
the two very rich
days
celebrities
before
and asked
to
why they
build
couldn't
up
donate
that
more of their own
level.
millions instead of appealing to people with
Something's
less
off.
money.
She is going for a land grab. Do not trust this woman. She is just 50 shades of evil. I cannot explain it better.
So if you send a donation, just click where you see below and send a donation.
The pair had posted a video to their millions of followers on Instagram in which Winfrey could be seen standing beside Johnson as they introduced the People's Fund of Maui, which they said aimed to help raise money for local residents affected by the tragedy. In the video, Oprah claimed the pair had been inspired by Dolly Parton's philanthropy.
And they
believed
already
people were
have
skeptical about how to
t-shirts.
help Maui residents.
Isn't that
so they
convenient?
created a fund where people could donate, and the money would go directly to the people who needed it. They even included a lengthy caption alongside the post that stated that every adult resident who was displaced by the wildfires in Lahaina and Kula
would be eligible to receive $1,200 per month to help them through this period of recovery, and provided a link where those directly impacted could apply for the funds. Hawaii has been one of the most expensive areas in the U.S., and while reading the post, viewers started questioning if $1,200 would be enough for housing in Maui, or if the funds were just meant for food and basic utilities, while the people remain camping outside. The caption went donation in this context represented a meager 0.5% of their combined estimated wealth.
Oh no, please
The Rock had
donate
separately
to
revealed his
us
$5
because
million
we don't have
contribution,
enough money
indicating
to
that Oprah
donate
matched
to
it, despite her
people
net worth being 10 times
we're
greater.
stealing
He
their
vowed to
properties
raise and
from
donate much more,
because
but
we're
even
rich
his $5
assholes.
million amounted to just 1.8% of his
put
Forbes
it in
assessed net
context.
worth.
And then
According
this
to the
happens.
public's perspective, an American with a $150,000 net worth
This
making an
is-
equivalent gift would part with $2,700. Oprah, on the other hand, gave approximately 0.2% of her estimated $2.5 billion wealth, akin to a person with a $150,000 net worth donating
I know,
$300.
but she needs
Together, their
food.
$10
The poor
million
lady needs to
donation
eat,
accounted for a
right?
mere
She
0.36%
doesn't-
of their combined estimated net worth of
This
$2.77
is
billion.
sick
While the
to
largely
listen
critical
to.
comments beneath one
This
of
is
Johnson's
evil.
Instagram posts speaking on the
Biblically.
fundraiser are still visible.
Biblical
Comments beneath
evil.
Winfrey's TikTok and Instagram posts on the subject appear to have been switched off. The criticism continued on X and TikTok in the days following the announcement of the fundraiser. On September 2nd, Winfrey posted a follow-up video with another lengthy caption on Instagram, where she thanked the 10,000 people who have personally donated and said thousands of people who had been affected by the wildfires had signed up for assistance. She added, "We are working as quickly as we can to verify them and get the money delivered."
These are the salaries of the executives. Pause. Again, this is the nonprofit. Look at the salaries of the executives.
While researching the topic, a professional fundraiser exposed Oprah and The Rock's Lahaina, Maui, Hawaii fires fundraising scam, where the salaries of executives managing the fund make $400K per year. The woman claimed to have worked in fundraising for years, so she actually went through the receipts and found out that the Maui Fund is within the Entertainment Industry Foundation. Based on the fact that the fund was a nonprofit, the executives of the organization are racking in big salaries while offering the people of Maui $1,200. The president of the nonprofit that manages this fund is making over $400,000 a year, and the CEO makes over $300,000. From the receipts she was showing, all the executives, except for the people on board, are making over $171,000 a year, with the CFO making over $290,000 a year. These are the salaries of the people who are executives of the nonprofit that's managing this fund.
You're telling us to fill out this paperwork so that you can give us the least amount of money. All I've had since day one is $700.
From the expose, the public realized that the people who were gaining from the fund a lot more than the actual victims were the executives. This has made the Maui natives question whether it was they or America that was benefiting from the funds, since all they were doing was following instructions to sign papers and get the meager funds without even having enough knowledge of what they were signing.
4 out of 5 of us lost our homes, just burned to the ground. We are only being told, stand in this line, sign here. What are we signing? Who is it benefiting, us? Or
some Maui residents themselves have been speaking up and saying that while they were being helped with funds, tourists were being told not to visit Maui. And considering the fact that the residents solely rely on tourism for their living, this is
I gotta pause, and it's not even because I'm worried about a copyright strike. I want to say that if you are a Maui resident, there could be some class action lawsuits coming up. Just looking, if you look at this footage, you can, and this video, yeah, you can tell like a lot of stuff was improperly filed. And there were a lot of bad things that happened with this. And I generally think that, you know, you are Americans. It's really different in Canada, I'm going to be honest. But you are in America. And you can organize class actions against some of your neighbors who maybe were a little disingenuous. And I'm not trying to incite that or say anything, because it's really complicated. If you say anything across the border about anyone across the border, even though they've done bad things like abduct kids and destroy neighborhoods for their own greed, and will just like hand out pillows at a shelter and pretend they're a saint, even though they're the most evil bitch in the world. Was that fair? Let's go back to the video. It's probably safer. Probably not. Okay, yeah. This one's almost over.
Huge blow to them.
Some of the things that's already been happening is realtors are calling families who lost everything, offering them to buy their property and their home for pennies on the dollar, just pennies on the dollar. So
they have also spoken and said that while they are going through the devastating process of getting back on their feet, realtors have already started calling them up to buy their land for very little money. It's like vultures have been waiting patiently for their time before swooping in. Now that a lot of people have talked about the fund, maybe there are going to be changes where those who can give more do so, and this will definitely help the people of Maui. A fan on X, formerly Twitter, said Oprah alone could give them land and rebuild their homes without even noticing a change in her lifestyle. Another said, according to Forbes, Oprah's net worth is an estimated $2.5 billion as of May 24th, 2023. Winfrey, who's been living in Hawaii part-time for more than 15 years, owns more than 2,000 acres of land on the island. I'll send 10% of my wealth if she will too. So what is your take on the Oprah and the Rock Maui Fund? Tell us in the comment section. Remember, this video is based on speculation and opinions. And if you enjoyed this content, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more exciting updates. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.
This is just my opinion. This is just clips I've pulled up. And, oh, wow. Okay. We got Ox. I think everyone who is in the community knows Ox. Ox has a new video. So let's pull this up. We're just going to pause my blog because this is an instant premiere. And I like Ox. This is going to be a good one. Please pause. Oh, God, it's fucking up already. No. Stop. Sorry, I am swearing at my computer. I am not swearing at my guests. If I don't swear at my computer, it does not work as well. unfortunately. It's any technology. It just I keep telling people in my AI art community, it's like training a cow, not training a horse. You are not going to deal with brilliance all the time. You sometimes just plug away and hope for the best. Like it'll get there. It'll get there. But right now, it is like quite literally like everyone's so worried about AI, and they should be. But it's also like so innocent at this point. So the more that love and positivity, and the more you can actually program it, we can train it more than a horse or a cow, but a dragon. And I see the potential in it. I'm just hoping. And here we go with. There we go. God.
People's Fund of Maui, because every dollar that you send is going to go into an account that goes directly
This is so corrupt.
to the people.
So corrupt.
Good morning, Oprah and The Rock. You know what time it is? It's 5 a.m. It's 5 a.m. because I get up at this time 7 days a week. So I can get ready for work. So I can maybe, if I'm lucky, pay my bills. So the headlight, yeah, too expensive right now. Can't be doing that just yet. New tire, yeah, can't afford that just yet. So as you can clearly see, got one headlight, got one tire out. This all happened in the last couple of days. Had to replace that before I could go to work, 5 o'clock in the morning. Yesterday, ran out of gas coming out of my driveway. So I had to walk here with a gas can, get gas, walk back to the house, put gas in the car before I could come to work. And every day that I come in, as you can see, it's still dark, hella dark. I got one headlight, so I'm risking the chance of getting pulled over and getting a ticket on my way to work. So even though I own my own business, I can still barely make it through the week, paycheck to paycheck, day to day. So why don't you and The Rock reach in y'all two deep pockets and help these folks out, sitting there begging money from us? We can't even survive. You want our money. Y'all are pathetic, and I ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
Yeah.
I'm also glad
Hell
that
yeah.
y'all people are starting to wake up and understand the elites don't give a damn about
they
us.
don't.
So let's take the one buck we might have in the tip jar. Let's get that right to you. Man, y'all are so disconnected from us, they ain't even funny. So I need all y'all to get down here to Sax's Tacos, get you something to eat at my little hole-in-the-wall taco shop so I can send my money
Oh my
to y'all
God.
elitists.
Long time to rebuild.
Oh my
You
God,
used to
this
be a
tacos
legend.
look so good.
You used to be somebody black
oh
people
God,
were
that
proud
looks
of.
so good. Oh God,
damn
yes,
shame.
I would go right there. I would go right there. Oh God, those tacos like I almost think like, damn, like, because they're asking for people with knowledge of search and rescue and cleanup, and if you come down, yeah, it's beautiful, but it's not you're like a vacation. You're part of the cleanup effort. And part of me has been thinking about it. Like, if I wasn't committed to work contracts here, I would try and go down and help. Like, just because I have like skills in fire restoration, and first responder and all these all these other things. And it just would, I think it would be like, part of me just thinks like something could happen on the island. We could have, like, right now, Morocco, which Casablanca, all of the, maybe that's why I'm like calling the Get Up tonight, just watching old movies, just because it's painful. Because last night when I started my stream, the death toll was 600. It has literally doubled. It is, the last I looked was 1,300. So like 600 to 1,300. Like, and I went into, I'm waiting for the morning to pass and for some of the grieving, because I'm still trying to process it. Like, I want to draw up my architecture books and really break it down, like how this was a disaster waiting for it to happen. But I just can't do that right now. Like, knowing so many friends and family and, just even people I didn't know, but we're cousins, It's hard. It's hard with these things. And I think we're going to face some more things coming up very quick. If any of some of the stuff I'm pulling up on, some of it I don't even remember what I pulled up. I just like my artwork. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, let's pull this up. Hey, let's just go for a long stream. I don't care. This one's, yay, short one. Yeah, I know. This winning. Yeah.
She sent in a little video for us. Oh, here she is.
Hey, in spite of everything you've heard, and let me just make sure you all know that it's actually me. Say it's me.
I'm really confused.
I am not still in Italy.
I'm sorry. I pulled up the wrong screen.
Change the outcome of the election.
Oh my God.
I just have COVID. I'm still testing positive. Apparently, I have to have a clear test before I can come back. So it might be a couple of days. I can't wait to get back and hang out. But until then,
I know what I did. Sorry, all this is new to me. I'm really trying. I'm really trying. I am doing more than like some people do in a day.
They think we are fools.
With a
They
team of
think we are
10.
fools.
No, let's just pull that one up again. Now I figured out the right screen because I'm blonde. I really am blonde. Yeah. I think just for people who are more visual than auditory.
Oh, here she is.
Hey, in spite of everything you've heard, and let me just make sure you all know that it's actually me. Say it's me. I am not at Burning Man. I am not still in Italy.
Like, what a fucking moron. I'm sorry, but what a fucking moron.
I just have COVID. I'm still testing positive.
I can't even. I need a minute.
I have to
this
have
is so
a clear
dumb.
test before
I can't even believe I'm showing this.
A couple of days. I can't wait to get back and hang out. But until then, it's me and my mask. And I'm sort of confined to my room. But until then, it's me and my mask.
They think we are fools. Do they think we are fools?
Like, okay. Oh my God. I almost feel like Elvira sometimes. Like, that's why I do the persona, just because when you watch clips like that, you sort of feel like you're living in this, you're evaluating this dystopian, science fiction horror movie of like, oh, we're going to confine everyone and lock each other down and spy. And it's like, oh my God, we cannot go through this again. Please, people, just please, no, not again. We cannot do it again. But we might. I just don't know. I'll if I had to wear a mask. Oh, I love this one. Yeah, this one's probably a little controversial. But I think it's appropriate. I don't see a problem with it. He is a dickhead. He really is. Yeah, little puppet dictator. Kind of like Trudeau. Oh, this one's great. Pierre put this one out, so it's great when they do
A liberal
shorts.
government will prioritize significant new investment in affordable housing far too long. The first home has been out of reach for far too many. It's time to change that.
I'll be blunt as well. Housing isn't a primary
Yeah,
responsibility.
I wish this is funny. It's not funny. Yeah, having circus music next to it doesn't really make it any easier. The fact Canada is bankrupt. We are. Like, flat out. We are fucked as a nation. JT showing up at the G20 with his son propped up like, hey man, give the kid his moment, but at the same time, if he does stupid Twitter posts like, game on, you want to play adult games? This was a good reading. It totally summed it up. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is, I'm not going to pull that one up. You can look at that one on my blog. This is an awesome one. I don't know. Okay, if you have made butter chicken.
What's up, dude? Let me start by saying I absolutely love Indian food, and I plan on doing more of it on this channel. And if you're anything like me, you also love Indian food, so a great place to start is with butter chicken. It is one of the most popular Indian curries in the world, and today I'm going to show you how to whip one up with some garlic naan to dip it in. You gotta have that if you ask me. And as always, my friends, there is no time to waste. Now listen, today I'm using chicken breast for this butter chicken. If you want to use thighs, you can go ahead. Those will be just as good. I just happen to like breasts better for this curry. I'll start by trimming a little bit of fat off this breast if necessary, and I'll remove these little tenders right here as well. And then I want to slice them into nice big cubes. I don't want a little skimpy piece of chicken in my curry, so something like this, so you get a good chunk of chicken every time you take a bite. And with the tenders, same deal, just cut them into big cubes. I'll also remove that little tendon that's in the tender. Our chicken is going to get 2 marinades. The first is lemon juice, this beautiful Kashmiri chili powder that I love so much, and some good old-fashioned salt. I'll just give this all a good mix. We'll just let these ingredients work their magic for about 20 minutes first. For the second marinade, we're going to be using some Greek yogurt, a little bit of neutral oil, that's just avocado oil, ground fenugreek, turmeric, as well as some ginger and garlic that I just ground into a fine paste with my handy-dandy little thing. I don't know what it is, but it's awesome. And garam masala. All your spices for the second marinade now going in, getting colorful here. Yum, yum, yum. The oil and the yogurt. and just mix it all up again, making sure to distribute those spices. Oh, I can't tell you how good this already smells, my friends. When raw chicken makes you hungry, you know it's going to be good. At this point, the ginger and the garlic is also going in. Give that a mix in. Let the garlic and ginger enter the chat. And now you hurry up and wait. We marinate for a couple hours at least. And if you have the foresight and the godlike patience, do it the day before. A full 24-hour marinade would be awesome. Overnight for 12 hours would be second best. But if you want to just do it for an hour or two, it's still going to be amazing, all right? Now, if you ask me, you can't have a great butter chicken without some incredible fluffy garlic naan. If you want to make rice with this, go ahead. I'll put a video up in the corner right now for that. However, dipping that garlic naan into the curry is a beautiful experience, and I recommend it to everyone. Recipe will be in the description, but we're starting with lukewarm water, active dry yeast, little pinch of sugar so that yeast has a snack. Now we'll give that a little mix and let it sit for about 10 minutes. Now we add 1 egg, some oil. This is just avocado oil, but you could use another kind of oil, and some yogurt. Mix that all together. Just add some salt to your all-purpose flour and give it a good mix. Then I'll just take a pile of my flour and make a little well here in the center like so.
I'm going to get such a copyright strike for this. I got to pause this. I got to pause this. I'm sorry.
We're screwed.
I'm screwed. I am screwed. I am screwed if I do not pause this. No, what he is doing is an absolute beautiful way to, like, this is a beautiful recipe. I think the way he breaks it down is good because I have gone through, you can go through my food list or my food playlist, and there are so many butter chicken recipes. So I haven't tried this. I actually should try this one as a live stream. I think it looks so good, but I already have some pre-made, so I'm gonna stick with that. Just like bake it all nice or deep. I'm gonna decide how to do this, but if you want to go on bluecryptameria.gold, let me just put that up. You can find all the links to this horribly long stream, which I'm going to have to sort out a whole lot of storage for. I love you. I love social media. No, I don't. No, I'm going to put up the link to my So, if you have seen something tonight, just put it on all the channels. I usually like doing the Twitch just because that was a fun day. It was so hot, though. I got so sunburnt. I literally was like peeling for 2 weeks. But I love that photo. And yeah, I also love this recipe. This was a good recipe.
Flour from this little well into the mix.
Hopefully,
I need to make my well a little bigger. All good.
This
we'll just
is
keep working
like
that
how
in,
you
and you'll
have to-
see your little well begin to thicken up. You can also do this in a bowl. I just like doing this. I think it's kind of fun. Oh, there's a breach. In the end, it always works out. If you have a KitchenAid or a stand mixer, you can also just use that. You can see now it's really starting to thicken up. I'm just tossing in a lot more flour now. I'll now switch to this little dough scraper. Start pulling in a lot more of that flour. And eventually, this will turn into a kneading process. At this point, I'm going to start really pushing the dough together and just scraping as I go. And you want to just knead this now. And here we go. Our dough has really come together. I'm just kneading it out a little bit so it's nice and smooth, slightly sticky to the touch, but not really sticky to your hands very much at all. And there we go, my friend. Just about 5 minutes of kneading. I'm just going to create a little tension on the top by pulling from the top down to the bottom like so.
Been able to shape the dough.
And into a bowl it goes.
Grab it all in together.
Damp kitchen towel for 40 minutes to 1 hour, depending on how hot the kitchen is.
Your
Just leave
kitchen
it out at
is
room
almost
temp to
clear
rise. Our
when you're
naan has
doing
been
bread
proving
making.
for about an hour now.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to drop it out onto a lightly floured work surface.
I know he probably
so it doesn't
like
stick. Now I'm just going to roll it out into a
did
rough little
things,
log.
but-
You can make these not as big or as small as you like. I'll do about 10 out of here, portion them out. If some are a little bigger or a little smaller, it's all
This
good.
is
In
such
fact,
a
I think
great
I got
idea.
1,
Oh
2,
my
3,
God.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's cool. They'll be big. Looks like a nice little pillow, doesn't it? And all we need to do now is roll it out to somewhere around a quarter of an inch thick. That looks good to me. Nice irregular shape as naan should be. And it's ready for the pan. Before we cook the naan, we need to make the garlic butter for it. So into a little pot over medium heat,
That
I'm just
is
adding
so
unsalted
much butter.
When the butter's melted, we're going to add some slices of garlic and a nice big pinch of salt. Just about 3 minutes with the butter, and you turn that off and just let it chill. We are going to add some herbs to this in a minute, but not till we cook the naan. I've just brought a really lightly oiled pan up to high heat. Drop in your naan. After just 30 seconds,
Oh,
we're going to
God,
flip it
yeah.
cook really fast, and you can see it starting to bubble up now, which is cool. There we go. Another 30 seconds, and it's totally done. At this point, I'm adding my cilantro to the garlic butter last minute. If you don't like cilantro, if it tastes like soap to you, try parsley or another herb of your choice. That will be fine. And we just brush with our garlic butter, and I'll cook all the naan and then just layer them up like this, one on top of the other. Happy days, my friends. When your chicken is done marinating, it's time to cook it, right? You can do this in a pan, but I'm going to do it under the broiler to get a little bit of that fiery taste. I'm putting it on a sheet pan lined with tin foil. I'll just spread this out nicely so we don't have any large clumps of chicken that's steam and not brown. Something just a little like this is perfect.
Sorry.
I cannot
it's
tell you
like,
how freaking good this
okay,
chicken smells. I gotta
stop
My broiler
this.
is set to
I
high
gotta
heat.
stop
I'm going to
this.
jam this chicken under there, and we're going to keep a careful eye on it. What we don't want to do here is overcook the chicken. It needs to finish.
No, you don't.
And away it goes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I really tried with that one, but like having just a little white boy trying to do butter chicken, it just was like, oh, you were trying so good. You tried so good, but you just especially, and I'm sorry, there is always going to be a Canadian American divide with anything to do with India. And it ain't even to do with Trudeau's awful appointment at the G20 right now. I just am fucking I'm sorry. I think that's partly why I'm just trying to just let this focus on happy things like my artwork, because this man is destroying my nation. I don't know what else to say. It's so bad. So bad. He is so bad. She is gorgeous. I like her. She's showing up? Yeah. Let's put her bigger. Because she is I'm getting there, and it takes so many images to do animation. Oh, I actually know how this feels.
St. Mary's is Rescue 27. We're about to your facility with a 45-year-old male. Chief complaint of weakness. Blood pressure 138/92. Pulse is 78. We do have an IV established. Looks like we'll be arrival at your facility in approximately 2 minutes or so.
St. Mary's, we're en route. The patient's not dead. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that is actually how nurses want to hear you. Just saying. I know it's brutal, but that is okay, this one is insane. Okay. Oh boy.
Yeah. I hate disingenuous people. Yeah, man, I hate them too, man. I don't hate them. No, I hate them. You can't trust them. Pull up the first video. This is a big girl, right? She knows she big. My mom offered me $500 if I could run on this thing for 5 minutes straight. Now, for a girl be this big, this is not typical.
I'm sorry.
She's
This
actually
is
in good
just
shape.
like so hypnotic and like almost
She can hold
gorgeous.
on.
Like I'm
What do
just
you mean?
like,
She's not in good shape. She's got great endurance. You talking about cardiovascular?
damn, yeah. This woman,
I'm
like,
not talking for me.
she got the
I'm talking about
hips
for her
to pull
being that
apart.
size. Yeah, most people that size can't do cardio.
Oh
They can't
yeah,
even get up
yeah.
on that. Yeah.
But then
So
she
that's a good job
fails.
right there. She got some powerful quads on her. I bet your legs stronger than mine. I seriously doubt that. You crazy as hell. That girl is boss. I don't think this woman can do one lunge. Well, not with her weight. Give her my body, she'd probably do a world record. Them quads are strong. But the reason why I say this woman is disingenuous, she put this post up getting on the airplane. Yeah, honestly, it's discrimination that they can't build wilder owls in airplanes. 2023. Them seats got their own TVs. That's a lot of room. I mean, them screens look like they're about 12 inches. They're about 15 inches, right? No, those screens are big. You're an outlier. You're not the typical person. You're an anomaly.
I know. Okay, I just want to kind of draw this and address this before I go any further. I am not trying to body shame anyone but at the same time, there has to be a level of common sense in today's, like, I don't think, the airplane standards are her problem. I like just saying. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I'm not trying to fat shame some people, but at the same time, and obviously, there is a medical condition where people's hips will go disproportionately larger than their body. I think she has a typhoid, whatever that gland is. Sorry. It disturbs me so much looking at her. Let's just pull her back. Yeah, let's just pull her back because this, I almost felt sorry for her, but then she does stuff like this.
Yeah. So for you to pull the discrimination card, yeah, it's disingenuous. I'm calling you out on it. Calling you out. I mean, come on now. Look at this other video. You got another? You know you too damn big.
I don't think it's maybe.
How you gonna put up a video that says fat girl problems on your TikTok? She's got a pretty face. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got a big mouth on it too. I like a girl with a big wide smile like that. Yeah. You know I like a girl with broad shoulders. I love a girl with some broad shoulders. Them hips too broad. How much you think she weigh? I think she about 600.
These guys are
about
ruthless.
3 of me and you. Just add one more twin. That's her.
But at the same time, like, she's wanting to flaunt it. She's wanting, like, hey, you wanna, like, just
sound like you having sex. Get to that show. You got
we all thinking it.
I'm thinking all that growing.
Oh yeah.
I think she go to her profile. She got OnlyFans.
God.
I bet you got OnlyFans.
I can't. I need a minute.
That's a lot. That's a fetish for a lot of men. You got any videos of her eating? I sent you a video of her eating, right? Yeah, I don't want to look at that. No, go and send it to him. What you talking about? I ain't trying to look at that. I ain't gonna give him that eating video, man. You know we love to eat on camera, man. Go and send him the video. What you? Yeah. Come on now. Go and send it to you. You gotta put the eating video in there.
Mm. Yeah,
pretty face.
Hot.
Yeah, she's real pretty,
Hot.
girl.
She is pretty.
That's her body like Michelin Man.
Yeah, there we go.
That's the problem.
Quote of the year.
I bet you feel like a pillow, man. I bet you feel good. I've been with girls that like 10s. I've been with girls that like 10s and they're like real skinny. You feel like 10s and they skinny. How they got 10 if they skinny? I mean slim. I mean skinny. Sorry, I misspoke. Sometimes, you know, ain't nobody trying to get with olive oil. Can I talk? Can I finish the statement? Go ahead. Okay, good. Thank you. I've been with girls that was, you know, on the slim side, you know. They feel good in the bed. Feel hard, though, when them bones. I'm trying to tell them something. You keep cutting me off. Oh, man, you hit an elbow or a knee or a pelvis. Game over. Well, anyway, like I was saying, Charlie horse. Like I was saying, I was in bed with this girl. She's hot. She's a 10, you know, but she was on the slim side. She felt good, you know. You know, I busted a few and I got off of it. Man, now I've been with girls not as big as
Yeah.
Not as big as her, but they was pretty big, you know. They was round, you know. And when you cut them lights off, man, these big girls, man, they feel real good. They feel better than these 10s. It felt like I was on top of a pillow, like you on a waterbed. And man, have you ever? Hey, can I finish saying something? I want to tell them something. Man, when I got in between them, hey, Kevin, you ain't even got to. Let me talk to him. Man, it felt like it was gravy.
Oh yeah.
Hey, it felt like gravy that's on biscuits and sausage. You go to McDonald's,
This is hilarious because
that's what it felt like. They don't have that. And then when I got off of right now, you talking about Biscuitville.
we do not have biscuits and gravy in Canada.
Man. Everybody
Even at
McDonald's,
like
McDonald's
KFC.
McDonald's
Maybe if you're lucky,
got biscuit and gravy in the South.
I wouldn't trust the KFC.
Like I was saying,
here.
it felt like it was
Do
gravy
not.
in between them legs, right? And then when I got off right, you just don't get off.
Maybe
I had
Popeyes.
to
I'm
roll
gonna
off,
try
and I
Popeyes
fell
soon.
about 2 feet before I
That's
hit the
gonna
bed.
be awesome.
Now let me talk.
I've never
But
tried
man, it was good, man. And let me talk. It was real good. Man, what you think? You think you own this damn show or something? I mean, do some talking. The only negative, the only caveat was we couldn't do certain positions. Like she couldn't get on top of me; she'll smother me to death. But she had like triple E's or something like that, and she can't ride. She can't do cowgirl. I had to get on top. I had to. If she gets on top, she gonna shatter both my hips. I'm gonna need a wheelchair for that. Hey, but I got in between them legs. But when I got in between it, right, you can't hold them. Them legs is like 300 pounds. Well, them legs like 200 pounds. It felt like. Well, really, it's like. Then when you going too deep, they start pushing this way. All this big. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I said, bitch, you need to relax. Feel like I'm doing shoulder presses in here. So she got her to relax, got the legs pinned back. But man, I'm telling you, it felt like it was crazy. It was good, man. If you've never been with a big girl, the best way I can describe it, if you ever went to the gym and just laid on one of them big medicine balls and like laid on it, that's literally what it feels like. It don't feel like that. Yes, it does. No, you embellish. You exaggerate. No, I'm not exaggerating. Look. Another. Hold up. That's exactly what it feels like. A damn ball. Yeah, medicine ball. A medicine ball. Yeah, one of them big medicine balls. Yeah, you just lay on it. And that's literally what it feels like. No, man, you fall off too easy. Hey, Kevin, you got more traction than a medicine. You gonna stop minimizing my damn input. What are you talking about minimizing? I ain't trying to downplay what you said. Yeah, you are. No, I ain't, man. Man, you know what? Like, wait a minute. I got something else I gotta say. You know what? Another negative thing. You know when you with a slim girl, I mean, it's you hear that, right? They clapping. But when you with a big girl, man, it's just too much clapping. I feel like you in church. Hey, man, let me tell them what it's like. Clapping coming from everywhere. You know how you tapping, right? I was like, man, this is too much clapping action.
Okay.
This sounds like a parade of people and that clapping, right? So I slowed it down.
This is an adult channel.
It's still too much clapping.
Just to be clear.
It's just too much clapping. All them waves coming back here.
I'm not
going to
copyright strike
it becomes
for
a
this
distraction.
one.
Watch this.
I'll take the spanking. No pun intended.
But you know, overall, man, I give it a 10, man. It was some good walls.
Oh dear,
It felt like
clapping.
gravy was in them walls.
Hallelujah.
It felt like some Aunt your mama syrup.
Oh my goodness. I should have blocked this one sooner. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God it ended. God, that was going bad. That was going real sideways. Oh, this isn't even... Yeah, let's draw this one up.
The traditional cold calm of Canada has been shattered by a meddling American who for 2 years has been tracking down alleged Nazi war criminals living in Canada.
Wow.
With their own hands killed Jews, shot them, stabbed
And
them,
I'm
beat
trying
them
to figure out my
It's a remarkable story, but somebody can walk across the border and find war criminals that our Royal Canadian Mounted Police have been unable to find for 50 years.
This shouldn't be a hard subject.
Only now, a full half-century after the end of World War II, are we beginning to learn the truth about some bitter realities hidden from public view back then. First, that the Swiss did very profitable business with the Germans during that brutal war and deprived the Nazis' Holocaust victims and their families of their rightful property. Well, now comes Canada's dark secret. That Canada's government apparently welcomed thousands of Nazi war criminals into Canada at war's end, where they have lived comfortably and peacefully ever since.
Yeah, we did.
And only now has Canada begun to acknowledge
Ukraine.
its
Look
complicity
at the
and its
feeling. Look
The
at
traditional cold calm of Canada
I don't
has
need
been
to
shaken
say
by,
it.
of all
This
things,
was
a
here
meddling
all
American
the
and
time.
unorthodox private detective from Brooklyn named Stephen Rombaugh. For 2 years, mostly at his own expense, he has been tracking down Canada's alleged war criminals after getting their names from the Simon Wiesenthal Center in Jerusalem.
The vast majority of the people who we selected from the list of 1,000 to pursue are people who, with their own hands, killed Jews, shot them, stabbed them, beat them to death. Now, there are also a number of these war criminals who, while
This was from
for the most part they may not have pulled the
1997,
trigger,
folks.
they coordinate
This isn't
the
new.
rounding up and the execution of thousands of Jews.
How do you coordinate the rounding up and murder of thousands of Jews?
If you are Antanas Kenstavicius, you are the police chief of the Svencionis region in Lithuania. You take groups of Jews to the Jewish graveyard where a ditch has been dug.
Give me a second.
You strip them naked. You have them hold hands in groups of 10, and you shoot them in the back with rifles.
How do you know all this?
Because he confessed. He confessed in detail on tape.
Yeah, we found the graves. This was from 1997. We found the graves. We know what happened.
Secretly recorded Kenstavicius
Yeah,
and his wife
it really happened.
describing how they watched the Nazis execute more than 5,000
Oopsie daisies.
Jews, men, women, and children.
They wouldn't fight? They just laid there? No, but it's fine.
And very matter-of-factly, he's detailing these murders. And at a certain point in the conversation, he looks at me and he says,
November, 1 o'clock, we finish, no more.
no more Jews. I've been an investigator for about 17, 18 years now, but I've been Jewish all my life.
What was your cover? I mean, you didn't come in and say, I'm a private investigator and I'm going trying to find
I
Nazi
didn't
war
say
criminals.
I'm Steve Rombaum, Jewish guy from New York. Would you care to chat with me about all the Jews you killed?
Yeah.
What I did say was I'm Salvatore Romano, and I'm a professor from St. Paul's University of the Americas. We had established
St. Paul's University
of the Americas.
Where's that?
Belmopan, Belize. I am the faculty, the alumni, and the current student body of that university.
A non-existent university, and you would say...
I'd show them ID. I would tell them that I was writing my doctoral thesis.
And with his phony university sweatshirt, plus an engaging manner, Rambam says that he got many of his suspects to confirm just which units they served in during the war. Rambam was given most of his Nazi names by Ephraim Zurov, who's been tracking war criminals for years at the Simon Wiesenthal Center in Jerusalem. Zurov says the Nazis who migrated to Canada were mainly from Eastern Europe, where early in the war they roamed the countryside, murdering Jews. And he alleges that hundreds of these killers are still alive and well in Canada. We're talking basically about Lithuanians, Latvians, Ukrainians, who simply were collaborators.
In those areas, most of the Jews were murdered by the locals. They weren't shipped off to death camps in many cases. These were people who were murdered on the spot. They had infamous murder squads. These are units that almost on a daily level carried out the murder of innocent civilians, day in and day out. And there's no question that without their active, willing, and zealous collaboration, the Nazis could never have possibly murdered as many Jews as they did.
After World War II came the Cold War, and Canada was worried about communism. The Nazis had fought the communists, so even war criminals apparently had an easy time emigrating to Canada. This, according to Canada's York University history professor, Irving Abella.
We know that one of
I am
the
so
ways of
gonna
getting
get a
into the
strike
country
for
of
this
Canada
one, but
during this
I think
period
people
was
should
by
see
showing
it.
the SS tattoo. This proved that you were an anti-communist.
And what was the chore of the SS?
The SS was obviously charged with the responsibility of murdering Jews. There was no question that these were war criminals.
Bernard Farber, director of the Canadian Jewish Congress, says once the killers made it to Canada, the government, in effect, let them live there happily ever after.
Pretty
the
much.
fact is, Mr. Wallace, the Canadian government never really appeared to give a damn about prosecuting Nazi war criminals, going after them, finding them. They were not interested in it. They had no compunction to just say, forget it. This is not something that we want to get involved.
Are you embarrassed about the fact that it was an American private investigator who finally said to the Canadian community, not just the Jewish community, but to the Canadian community, hey, you people are harboring war criminals and you've been doing it for a half a century?
Well, frankly, it is embarrassing for everybody. It's embarrassing for the Canadian government. It's embarrassing for the Jewish community. Why didn't we think of it? It was too simple.
How did you locate these people?
I'm sorry to say that we found about a third of them by looking in the phone book. These are people who are not hiding.
You mean they're using the names that they had in Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine?
Quite right. They immigrated to Canada under their real names. They listed their names in the phone book. They bought homes under their own names.
It's a remarkable story that somebody can walk across the border with a telephone book and a list and find war criminals that our Royal Canadian Mounted Police have been unable to find for 50 years.
Yeah, kind
Fact is, for most of that time, Canada wasn't even trying to find them.
No.
John Sims, the Canadian justice official in charge of prosecuting war criminals, admitted that his government simply was not interested.
Exactly.
It's true that Canada did
you
virtually nothing for decades after the Nuremberg trials.
Why?
I can't really say. I'm not a historian, and I'm going to leave it to the historians in your country and mine to debate that.
Historian Irving Abella says he got the answer from Pierre Trudeau, who was for 15 years Canada's prime minister.
He said the reason that he and his government did not go after war criminals, and they had been lobbied by us extensively, was because they were afraid of exacerbating relationships between Jews and Eastern European ethnic communities, that we were bringing old country battles into Canada. And so he didn't do anything, and he admitted it quite openly.
But finally, 10 years ago, after a national commission confirmed that Canada was still home for hundreds of war criminals, the Canadians did undertake to prosecute 5 of them. But so long after the war, with evidence hard to come by, they couldn't get convictions. So now Canada is trying to do what the U.S. has done, deport them. The United States has deported more than 50 Nazis, but in 50 years, Canada has deported just 1. This year, John Sims hopes to deport 12 more.
1997 is going to be an important year
in which I think considerable progress will be made in ridding this country of Nazis. Time is the enemy. Much more quickly if we are to get results.
No, they didn't. They just opened the floodgates. Oh my goodness.
Died at the age of 90.
This is from 1997, my graduation year from high school, and I'm watching this like,
some 20 years ago.
Wow.
Because as a member of the Jewish Defense League protesting
I don't
the
think this
Soviet
is
treatment of
progress.
Jews, he was convicted of transporting bomb-making materials across state lines. Now, because of all the publicity his revelations are receiving in Canada, alleged war criminals there are not talking anymore.
And meanwhile, we have the Ukraine.
Another man on the deportation
we have
list,
billions
Eric
and
Tobias,
billions of dollars that could be going towards Canadian families, going towards
of an alleged death squad commander, Oscar
to
Perot.
feed this.
The dog took a bite out of my coat before Perot's son Arvil
Whatever
tied him
the
up.
hell's going on.
Jewish leaders claim they have eyewitness testimony and other documents
I don't
that
agree
prove
with
Perot led a
Ukraine.
Latvian
I'm
murder
just,
squad. Perot
you
calls
know, when
that
I watch
communist
stuff like
propaganda.
this, I'm
So
just
far,
like,
at least,
what are we
he is
doing?
not on the deportation
Let's
list.
spend our
His son
money
insists
here,
Perot was a
keep
soldier
our
who
dollars
fought
here,
communists,
build
not a
up
commando
our
who killed
military,
civilians.
not some
And if my father
other
was guilty of
countries
something like that,
that
or if there
doesn't
wasn't
even
anything
give a
close
fuck
to
about
something
us.
like that, I would personally disown him as a father.
Would you really?
I would.
Another alleged war criminal. The Canadian government says this man walking off a Florida beach, Helmut Oberlander, was a translator for an SS unit that killed thousands of Jews. When he left Canada for a Florida vacation, the U.S. threw him out.
We do not wish to talk to you.
We don't wish to talk to you.
Oberlander went back to Canada. He wasn't home when we tried to see him in a comfortable suburb outside Toronto, but his neighbors, Helga Whiten and her husband John, a professor of German, say their government should leave the Oberlanders alone.
Well, they're fine people. They're very quiet. Been nice neighbors for about 28 years.
So nice that the Whitens don't believe Oberlander could really be a war criminal.
What evidence do they have to paint him with this horrible guilt? I mean, that was quite a long time ago.
I guess time tells.
I don't see what justice is served by kicking him out of the country. I just don't see that.
It must be difficult for his neighbors to believe that a man they have seen as a neighbor could have done these heinous, terrible acts when he was a young man during the war. But the fact that he did do them during the war means that we can't forget. We cannot ignore that. We must go after him.
Canada is also going after Conrad Kalej for allegedly murdering Jews in Latvia. The United States deported Kalej in 1994, so he moved up to Canada. Incredibly, he moved into an apartment building that was known to have many Jewish residents, including 3 Holocaust survivors. Vera Peters spent 7 months in Auschwitz. When she read in the paper that she's living next to an accused Nazi war criminal, she was stunned.
You'd be kind of pissed off about that one.
In a shock.
Oh, yeah.
And
I'd
all
be
of a
pissed
sudden,
off about
there is
that one.
this man who comes from the past, and all the unhappy memories of a horrible past of the Holocaust came back.
Why would he want to live among Jews?
He just thought that this was a very nice shield for him to be. This is something which, of course, is just a gut feeling.
Kalej is fighting deportation, and like the others, he tries to avoid cameras.
Why is he covering his face then?
Because I don't like to see your face.
Well, because you fucked up and you killed Jews? I don't know.
Another deportation target, Joseph Nemtsula, blames his legal problems on the Jews.
They will never change. Who's they? Jews. Jews will never change.
There are those who say, come on, 50 years later, these are old men by now. We hear it all the time. We ought not reward longevity.
I don't think they deserve our sympathy. I think if we look
My
at what
family,
they did to the elderly,
many families
that's
died,
the best argument
families
for the effort to
sacrificed
bring them to justice.
What we
to
have to clearly
protect
understand
Jewish families
is that
in World War
the victims of the Nazi Holocaust
II,
never
and
lived to a ripe old
we
age.
will never
But if the
forget.
allegations are true, the
And if
victimizers still
it's
living in
never going to
Canada
happen again.
have made it into their 70s, 80s, and 90s Many without even bothering to change their
even
name.
more bigger.
These people aren't afraid.
I know.
They made the right choice. They came to Canada.
Oops.
Last week, Rabbi Marvin Heyer, Dean of the Simon Wiesenthal Center, received word from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police that they intend to investigate his list of more than 1,800 former Nazi SS members presently living in Canada who are still receiving their German military pension.
I like wipe it up with my sock. Yeah, that was 60 Minutes. And that was back February 2nd, 1997. And I really wish in high school I had been watching that, not cartoons, even though I love cartoons. But yeah, that was important data to kind of, I wish I kind of watched that one. Oopsie daisy. Here we go. Yeah, let's do this one too. Let's just bring it all in.
Sweden's controversial pandemic policies have allegedly paid off, according to a new study, as the U.S. and much of the world hunkered down at home due to the coronavirus pandemic. The country, Sweden, had a very different response to COVID that did not include strict lockdowns, mask mandates, and school closures.
Senior fellow at the Cato Institute, Johan Norberg, investigated how the Nordic nation managed, posting on Twitter yesterday, quote, "How did Sweden fare during the pandemic? Back then, the world was shocked by our openness. New York Times called us a cautionary tale. Trump said Sweden is suffering very greatly, but we never heard how it all turned out. Now I've looked, Sweden did better than others." Here to detail what he found out about Sweden's fate post the pandemic pandemonium is Johan himself. Welcome, Johan.
Thank you.
All right, so first, walk us through the decision-making as you understand it in Sweden. Why was there a choice to take such a different approach than much of the rest of the world?
Well, what Swedish authorities said at the time, and the Social Democratic government said at the time, was that Sweden didn't take a strange, unprecedented decision on openness, but other countries took a strange, unprecedented decision to lock down their countries. That was not something that was in the plans for a pandemic. So it seems like the Chinese decision to lock down the economy, put people under house arrest,
Totally
got
stupid.
people in countries to panic and thinking that this might be the only way to stop the virus, whereas Sweden didn't throw out the manual, basically stuck to the plan, and tried to protect the vulnerable, but keep society, schools, and businesses open.
So there was a different policy in terms of requirements. Is your argument that there was still much, voluntary, neighborly, good behavior that the people of Sweden adopted without having been forced to do it by the government? That's my first question. Then my second question, walk us through the numbers a little bit, because I remember people having concerns about Sweden having a higher infection rate or a death rate early on, maybe during the first year. But is the argument that equalized over time, and then it's harder to say after the whole duration of the pandemic that the experience in Sweden was really any worse than anywhere else?
Yes, Sweden did have restrictions and regulations, but not at all to the same extent that other countries did. It was mostly reliant on recommendations. Try to stay at home, work from a distance if you can do it, avoid public transportation if possible. But there wasn't any kind of government enforcement of those recommendations. But when you look at things like mobility data from our cell phone providers and other things, it seems like Swedes adapted voluntarily almost to the same extent as our European neighbors did. Originally, in the first few months, and that's when New York Times and Donald Trump explained that Sweden was suffering heavily, becoming a pariah state, basically. Yes, Sweden got more of the infections, more deaths than at least many neighboring countries. Then it was Swedish authorities said that this will even out in the long run, because no one can completely avoid social interaction for years.
We cannot
and that's why it's important to look at total mortality. Excess deaths above a previous trend. And then what we see remarkably is that Sweden's excess death rate is one of the lowest in Europe, according to some calculations, the lowest in Europe, and less than half of Americans.
They were happy.
Yeah, help me understand. You mentioned earlier that there were still protections for vulnerable people. I'd like to know more about what those were. Of course, Sweden does also have universal healthcare system. You're not experiencing the situation we have here where people go medically bankrupt with some regularity. Medical bankruptcy is not a term that exists in most of Europe and the developed world. But help us understand how it was the case that people still managed to feel like there were protections absent mandates, and what was the compliance rate, as you understand it, for people using those kinds of interventions, whether it be masking or working from home and the like?
Yeah. Well, when it comes to protecting vulnerable groups, the priority was to protect the elderly and recommending them to avoid meeting their young relatives. And obviously, some people say that that's easy for introverted Swedes who rarely meet their old relatives anyway. But I think that it definitely led to more social distancing like that, protecting elderly care, nursing homes for the elderly. While even though that's an area where it came too late, I think it ended up infections in the nursing homes at an early period. But many attempts and even restrictions were done in that area. Also, healthcare generally, as you pointed out, there was an attempt to rapidly scale up intensive care units and building an entirely new field hospital here in Stockholm, for example, to protect those who got the infection anyway. But above all, trying to recommend everyone to avoid social interactions if they could, and according to mobility data, that happened.
What about schools? Obviously, in the U.S., what to do about schools was one of the more divisive, politicized arguments. The schools here, in certain parts of the country, stayed shut a lot. It depends if it's public school or private school, what state you're in, what's the political makeup.
This is wrong.
And the closures and masks and even vaccine requirements in some places. What did Sweden do on that front?
In Sweden, it was seen as a priority, and this was a consensus opinion, I would say, across the political spectrum, to keep schools open. Because we didn't know what was going to happen with the virus, the disease, how long this was going to end. We only knew that if we shut down schools, we will ruin months, possibly even a year of school. And that will be incredibly detrimental to kids for the long term, and not just economically, but health-wise. We know that schooling is an important predictor of future health, life expectancy, and things like that. So elementary schools were kept open all throughout. And this is an interesting result when we now look at what happened all around the world. School children lost months or even a year of schooling, and it's been a disaster for education. I think the U.S. Department of Education concludes that half of American students began 2023 a full year behind grade level in at least one subject. But
this
in
was the wrong
contrast,
approach.
Swedish school, elementary schools suffered no learning losses during the pandemic, and I think that's pretty unique, and that's something that we're very happy about now.
How generalizable do you think the Swedish trends are when you look at some of the other factors that can influence excess deaths and comorbidities and the like? 1 out of every 3 Americans is obese. 2/3 are overweight. Only 1 out of every 10 Swedes is obese. The comorbidities include things like asthma and diabetes, which are overrepresented, particularly in urban areas and poor communities due to the exposure to air pollutants and the like. And obviously, there is more of that in the United States than there is in Sweden. Is there a risk in reading too far into what is interpretable data here with respect to excess deaths as other people in different parts of the world are planning for future pandemics?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. And I wouldn't want to explain to every other country how to deal with a pandemic, but I think it's important to look at the Swedish model and how it worked out.
I'm just trying to say, she is a good reporter.
Try to adapt this to local
I have one at the end of my blog
that is
there are
fewer
not a good reporter.
Conditions like
she is not a good lady.
In the United States, but not more than in the Netherlands or in Germany. In Belgium, I don't think. So, and I think this will keep researchers busy for years trying to adjust all those numbers to other health conditions in a population. What I think is important to point out to that is also that perhaps a way to live with social distancing for a longer time is not to try to politicize it too much, because in the end, you just start breaking the rules if you think that this is just some sort of administrative elite trying to tell you how to lead your lives. And in Sweden, in many ways, social distancing could keep going for a longer time, precisely because it was never politicized. People just try to protect themselves and their loved ones. And that's an important lesson to everyone.
Johan Norberg, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Wow, that was a really interesting one. Sometimes I post them and I don't remember what they are. There's still a lot of... That one's a good one. This one's... I'm going to pull up some more shorts and fun ones. I might come back to this one, but this is a good one if you are an independent business owner. It's just a good... It's good notes, like, oh God, yeah, this one. Let's pull up this one.
Veteran biker coming here this afternoon. We're going to talk a little bit about why I believe the United States is losing its superpower, losing its status, and losing its capabilities around the world. And this is two very easy to see decisions that are showing that. Okay. First things first, over the last, I would say 4 to 5 years, maybe longer than that, maybe 8 years, the United States has taken kind of a drastic turn into being a social country, very social. And I mean social driven. We are driven on emotion, and we're driven on people being socially vibrant, right? Well, that's all well and good. As long as you have a military that can back it up, people can go be the social butterflies they want to be, as long as you have the capability to back it up. When your focus as a country becomes on emotion, snowflakes, how you feel, how you make everybody else feel, things get dangerous. And I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. First up, let's take a look at this. Okay, this article comes from the San Francisco Standard. As you can imagine, a very liberal newspaper website, okay? So California establishes the first Transgender History Month in the nation. We already have LGBTQ month, but now we need a transgender month, right? I think, I don't know. If you're one of the LGBTQIAAP plus, how does that make you feel? That after so many years of struggling to be equal and to maintain some equality, now there is a marginalized group within yourselves that has now stolen some of the spotlight and has become exceptionalized. What happened to Lesbian Month? What happened to Gay Guy Month? What happened to Gay Black Guy Month? Lesbian Black Woman Month? Lesbian Hispanic Month? White Gay Hispanic Month? What happened to these things, right? But no, the transgender movement has become a religion and a cult, in my opinion. And if you're against it, even within the LGBTQ alphabet parameters, if you're against the transgender movement, you're out. You are a horrible person. And now the transgender movement has gotten exactly what they wanted. They have their own month. So we'll have Gay Pride Month in, June? And then we're going to have Transgender Month in August, right? What happened to just like normal people month? What happened to that month? Everything has to have some kind of label on it. But this is one of the reasons I'm showing you that the United States is losing its capabilities, losing its respect on the world stage. And that's very dangerous. Very dangerous. Let's just troll down a little bit here into this. You got the transgender flag. That's all beautiful, right? Yep. A trans march participant holds the trans flag emblazoned with the transgender symbol on June 23rd. So the trans people are going to hijack Gay Pride Month, and then they get their own month a month later. But I guarantee you they're not going to allow the gays and the LGBTs into this, or the LGBs, because you got to get rid of the T in the LGB month. You can't have the T because the T's got its own month, right? You can't have that. It's got to have its own month. Everybody needs their own month. You want to be equal, but you got to have your own month. California made history Wednesday by designating August as Transgender History Month, the nation's first of its kind. The state recognition builds on San Francisco's similar declaration in 2021, underscoring California's long history in transgender activism. I think long history maybe go back like 3 years. The oldest piece of state trans history cited in the resolution comes from 1775, bullshit, when Spanish settlers described indigenous men who dressed and acted like women near present-day San Diego. They were tribal, dude. Everybody wore loincloths and headpieces. That's probably not trans. That's probably called indigenous, okay? Indigenous. All right, so enough of that. So we're seeing here Transgender Month, August. Good for you. I don't care. Just keep it out of my face. We know it's not going to be. This is going to be shoved down your damn throat. Let's get over to the part where we lose our capabilities on the world stage, okay? This is the good one, and this is coming from a naval, nautical, military veteran background. This is off the BBC, and it's not the kind of movies that some of you look for in porn. This is British broadcasting, right? The British broadcasting. Wrong type of BBC. I know we were just talking about transgender stuff, but wrong type of BBC.
I know.
Calm your horses. Keep your mind out of the gutter. All right. Let's go back to it.
I'm really
North
sorry.
Korea,
Everyone
Kim
was hoping for
Jong-un
some real BBC.
Reveals nuclear attack
Not this
submarine.
kind of BBC.
So the North Koreans
This is the dirty
are
kind of
rolling
BBC.
out a new nuclear submarine, right?
Yay!
North Korean
done,
leader
Kimmy.
Kim Jong-un is taking part in the
Well done,
ceremony
Kimmy.
to reveal what
We're so pumped.
Pyongyang, and that's not something you need to put an ointment on after a Liberty weekend in Thailand, says it's first submarine capable of launching nuclear weapons. So they built a submarine capable of launching nuclear weapons. We're worried about Transgender History Month. We are so screwed as a nation. America is screwed. We are screwed. Literally screwed. Okay?
No.
A submarine capable of firing nuclear weapons has long been on the list of the weapons North Korea wants to build. Well, guess what? They got it now, baby.
Yeah.
They got it.
No. I'm
Here's
just
Kim
going to clear
Jong-un
this
in
up for
keeping with,
everyone.
Transgender
Canada
History
is
Month.
screwed.
He's got his hat there.
America, you still got
He's
some
his hat.
hope.
That's looking good.
This guy's
Kim
got
Jong
some
is
hope.
looking good, man. San
Canada,
Francisco,
not so much.
everybody in San Francisco will like
Sorry,
that hat,
just enjoy the time you have.
So that's
left.
exactly what's been going on. This
Really?
is their new submarine.
Really
They've
do.
been test firing missiles.
Because
They're
we
gonna
don't
test
have
some
much
nukes.
time. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Nope.
we're worried about transgender.
Exactly, and pronouns. Yeah.
Transgender History Month. That's what's going on.
Priorities.
That's what America. It also follows reports Mr. Kim plans to travel to Russia this month to meet with Putin. Okay, here's a little ceremony. They do have some rainbow-colored, like arranged flag or dresses here, but I guarantee you there's no transgenders there. None. North Korea doesn't have time for that crap. Okay, North Korea does not have time for that. They're too busy building nuclear submarines. That's what they're doing. That's what the North Koreans are more interested in. Capabilities. And meanwhile, Back in the U.S. of A., California establishes the first Transgender History Month in the nation. Check it out on Locals. Follow me on Locals. This is a disappointing day coming from a nautical and a naval veteran side of things. The United States should be leading the world in submarine capabilities. We should be leading the world in military capabilities. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping, leader of China, Kim Jong-un, leader of North Korea, Vladimir Putin, and even Zelensky are worried about fighting wars across the world, and we're worried about who looks like Klinger. Okay, this all started with MASH. This is the veteran biker. I'm going to get out of here. Kind of a discombobulated and a somber Friday afternoon. Take care. I'll see you Saturday morning for a live stream, 0730. This is the veteran biker. Take care. I'll see you on the road.
See, as you can tell, I pull up some clips a few days in advance. I'm just trying to be proactive when I go back to work, that I can actually keep this production schedule going, because it is like a 6-hour to 8-hour day on top of a 6-hour to 8-hour workday, but I will figure it out. I've been planning for this. I've been getting clips ahead and artwork ahead, and I will plug this all into the matrix and keep you all amused at whatever the hell is happening in the world these days. And some of it is probably not amusing to everyone. It's amusing to me. Or I find it very personal, and it, like everything I pull up about Hawaii, whatever is going on with Kelowna and Yellowknife and all these like 15-minute cities, you really should take a step back. And I am not trying to say anything about anything. I am just saying, look at all the information, make up your own mind, and then look at all the events that have transpired and all the disingenuous acts by people like Oprah. I'm just saying, like, you don't need, like, I don't need to. Sorry, I just saw a link against Ashton Kutcher growing up in Scientology. I'm like, I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know about those kids in the sandbox. Yeah, let's just go back to my whatever clip is next. I have no idea. Sometimes I pull them up and I don't even know. Oh, it's cute. Oh, I love this one. This one is so cute.
The London Underground does not allow eating chips or crisps on the train. The London Underground does not allow eating crisps or chips on the train.
Can I have one?
I'm joking.
That was so cute. I love little ones like that. So, like, I like to break him up because, oh yeah. Do I want to pull up that one next? Oh God, that just leads into the other one. Ooh. Oh, that doesn't even make it better. Is there something funny? Yes, finally. I'll scroll back. I'll scroll back to Maryland.
I was just getting a drink at the bar, and they called and I ladies.
Oh, hi, order for Chucky. That's me. Here you go.
Thanks so much. All right, enjoy, sir. What did you say? I you said enjoy your package. Are you okay? Wait a minute. I identify as a dinosaur. I want to talk to your manager. Now! He called me sir.
Yeah, I thought we needed a little happy moment after some of the heavy ones. We're gonna do some more heavy ones, I think. Yeah, that one was a heavy one. Like, I don't even know what to do with that story. That was a good tarot reading. That's a good one. It just, I won't pull that one up. This is, okay. Here is, especially since we're approaching the 420 mark, the meat and potatoes of what I wanted to pull up, because this level of reporting from the CTV is pathetic, but I mean, it's par for course. Like, I do not expect brilliance from the amount of money we throw at these assholes. Yeah, and to see a reporter treat a member of the House of Commons this and just in, like, okay, I do not agree with the Liberal Party, but I would never, ever, ever, as a reporter or journalist, treat a member of the House of Commons the way this reporter treated Melissa Lampert, and she is brilliant. And I think I would have probably just gone smoked her and been done with it, and probably faced assault or manslaughter charges, just because I would have just gotten so fed up with the way this reporter was talking. It's like, are you so biased and so bought? And you know what? You can enjoy that paycheck, because, pretty soon mainstream media in Canada is going to change. You can suck on, C18 all you want, even though it hasn't even passed for a cent. Companies are already cracking down because they see the danger in this legislation. And you know what? If I have only until January 26th to keep doing videos like this before I face jail, that's Canada. I hope it doesn't come to that, but it could. It's sort of accepting your fate. I don't think it'll come to that. His way out. I think this next clip even illustrates more and more why Canadians are just fed up. We're just done. Let's just go back to, and you know what? I'm going to have to start and stop this horribly. So I'm going to just take a little minute. I'm going to pull up some of my old little shorts while I go finish this little doobie before I pull up this clip, because I am really trying to choose my words carefully with CTV, so I don't get too many strikes. I'm getting strikes. Okay. I'm sorry. Things are not just working tonight. Oh my god, technology issues. I'll be back in a minute. I just need to figure out a bunch of things. So, brief intermission. Don't forget that summer sun 2009. We were feeling high, and I got drunk for the first time. I thought I was cool. I thought I looked smooth in your eyes and tried to make up. It was our time, the time of our lives. You were on my mind, my ride or die. It was our time, the time of our lives. You were on my mind, my ride or die. Yeah. You were on my mind. That one was so cute. No, I'm gonna pull up flight today. I am like trying to multitask on some of these things, but why do I make things complicated? Why do I lose all my control? I keep on letting my bad habits make us both come crashing to the floor. Okay, I don't get this. I got this one to replay. Oh god, I am so sorry. I'm just playing with all this animation right now. I got this one to like re-loop, but the one before it didn't do it automatically. And I don't know if it's something I'm fucking up with the settings. This one, okay, this one turned out so good. I love this one. How do I blow this up? I think I need to adjust the settings. Like, that took me 6 hours. And it was, I'm going to loop it a few times. Just to have it literally fade into the soccer game is it like, yeah, that moment. Like, I know it's only a few. Like, to make it look like it's moving. This is like, once again, it's literally 200 little photos I put together and hope they And of course, whenever I start doing anything, the signal goes out because that's how Vancouver Island is. It's wonderful. It's like we have great towers, infrastructure. I really like how it pixelates into the soccer game. And then this part, that part, oh my god. That, like, where the laser beam came up, that actually took me so long to do. I'm just going to show you one more time, and then I'm going to switch it on to the other clip. And, you know, I absolutely am, like, I honestly can't believe I made this. Like, just to make it look like real people moving. You know, even though it looks like cartoons, but this whole laser beam coming down, that is like roughly 50, 60 pictures, because every little laser, and as soon as I could see it coming up and down, I was like, oh my god, I gotta capture this, and yeah. Yeah, this one took me like 6 hours just for this short little clip. But I'm pretty proud of it. I think it's cool. Like, I got it moving. Like, see, this one turned out good. I like this one. But I think this one, because it's an earlier one, I can improve on it. Like, this part, I think the animation needs to be sped up more. And I like the peacock part. Or parrot. Why do I keep saying peacock? That is so weird. I think because it's like all bright. I'm like, I can't believe I did that. Oh, like, I really do. And I'm only going to get better. I am just so excited about it, even though it's just like, sometimes I'm just like, what am I doing? This is stupid. Like, last one. Let's do this one. No, not that one. I'm like, see, these are earlier projects. I keep going down the list. it's taking so many photographs, and to actually get the hummingbirds to make them look like they're flying, it is so exciting. Like, I actually can't believe I made this. Wow. Sorry, one more time. And then I'm going to go back to my blog. I think I still have a few more clips up, and then I'll open the panel, even though it's getting late. I honestly, I can't believe I made this. Just one more time. I just can't believe I made this. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Because the hummingbirds actually look like they're flying. And I did see one today. I did see one. It came out to the balcony. I know a lot of people, it's not fancy, but to do this in an old school method with modern technology is an absolute challenge. Like I say, it's like trying to train a cow, not a horse. But it would to do this type of animation with the hummingbirds would have taken me almost 6 months to a year before. Now it's it's instant, but it's very challenging and expensive sometimes. But when I look at this, I'm like, I can't believe I made this. It's like what you would see in a fancy nightclub or something, Even though the music, you can always mute it, and but to get the hummingbirds just to float and fly, I cannot believe I did this. And I'll get better, especially taking every one of these little frames of photos and doing 5 more of them, then speeding it up and seeing where I get. I think there's one more. I'm gonna torture you. Yeah, no, I played that one. And I played that one. No, I think we're done. Oh, yeah, we're done.
Yeah.
Hi. So I'm going to open up the panel if people want to come on. I will send the invite. If it posts. Sorry, it's not wanting to cup and copy. Let's see if that works. Come on. Come on, puppy. Sometimes it helps if you swear at technology. So there is a link to the StreamYard. I'm going to take a moment and just check and see how many copyright strikes I've already gotten by now. I know there's still more on my blog, and I am going to drop this last one. I just kind of want to see if there's people interested in going on panel, but we're going to go through this whole CTV Melissa Lantzman thing because I think they pooched the thing. No pun intended. It is CTV. They aren't known for brilliance sometimes. Neither am I, but at least I'm, when you fuck up that bad with that much money, you're really fucking up. I mean, someone like me, it's like, okay, the bar is set so low on any kind of satire or entertainment value, apparently. I just don't care. Oh God, it's such a beautiful sunset. Oh God. I don't know if I can capture this. Crazy, like, oh my God, that is like, I don't even, okay, let's try it again. I'll bring out my phone as well, then maybe the signal will hold. Hopefully. That is just a crazy sky, though. Like it reminds me of one of my dragon paintings. That is a gorgeous sunset. I know it doesn't seem gorgeous to everyone, but it is absolutely fabulous to me. I love the contrast of the gold and the blue. It's kind of like university colors, so I think that's why it comes up a lot in my animations. I just can't smoke in my place, so if you want to come on panel, I'm watching. Otherwise, you can watch the sunset while I find some music. We'll find some music. Music is always wonderful. I think the world needs more music. It's just hard to pick what to play. Oh God, I don't even know. Because it's like 20:20 p.m. So I still got time for a bit of karaoke on the balcony. Just a little, not much. Panic on the streets of London. Panic on the streets of Birmingham. And I wonder to myself, will life ever be sane again? The leaves like streets that suck you down. I wonder to myself, as they rise on the grass near. But honey pie, you're not safe here. Home to safe for the town. There's panic on the streets that flies down. Dublin, Dundee, and Haliside. Wonder to myself. And down the disco, hang the blessed DJ. Over the DJ, simply play. There's nothing to me about my life. Hang the blessed DJ. The music they constantly play. The wayside streets that slip you down. Provincial towns dog around. Hang the DJ, hang the DJ, hang the DJ. Hang the DJ, hang the DJ, hang the DJ. Hang the DJ, hang the DJ, hang the DJ. Hang the DJ, hang the DJ. Hang the DJ, hang the DJ. Hang the DJ, hang the DJ, hang the DJ. Hang the DJ, hang the DJ. Hang the DJ. Oh God, I love that song. Yeah. And the bassist in the Smiths recently died. Maybe that's why I'm playing it. I was only joking when I said that I'd live that year being favors. Oh, sweetness, sweetness, I was only joking when I said that I should put you in a... And there goes the sun, folks. We just got that little bit in the distance. It looks creepy like dragons. It's gonna be beautiful artwork. I'm excited about this. And I'll be back. I posted the link to the panel. If people want to come on. If people don't want to come on, I can go through more of my clips. It's just such a beautiful night. It is like magical lace, like the engravings in my AI art. I might put this offline and just sing for, I don't know, like if no one comes on, and what time are we at? I guess by the 5-minute mark, 5-hour mark, I'm just going to shut it down because I'd rather sing and play with myself if no one wants to play with me. And also work on some art, and I got so much progress, like to do a stop motion of making the headboard actually into a headboard that is like Hollywood worthy. It's going to be exciting, and I'd rather focus on that than YouTube drama. I loved everyone, but sometimes it's just like, why bother? And you can pull up the rest of the articles on my blog. Let's just, come here. There we go. Yeah. So if there was anything I didn't cover, or you were curious about, or you wanted to go over, because a lot of the clips today were long. I didn't even get all through them. I was pretty close. Oh, I was going to pull up. Oh, I don't know if I should do this one. Ooh, I don't know. Should I be a bad girl? I don't think I'll be a bad girl. I will do that one as a separate clip, just because I am worried about copyright strikes. So I do not want to pull up anything else with CTV tonight, because I'm probably already in hot water. Just like... It's hard to know what you can play and what you can't play, and what you can't. Thank you for joining me. I'm just sort of... There's so much going on, not just in my life, but in Canada, in the world, and thank you for everyone who joined me. Like and subscribe. If you have donations, I greatly appreciate them, but I won't beg. And I will join you another time. Thank you for your time and your patience and your love. Stay safe and stay blessed.